Howdy, everybody. Let's see, that's vertical to me. That's what it is. I'm off center. Okay, my computer. There we go. Oh, let's see. Cherokee, I see you already have a question. And I'm sure it wouldn't be inappropriate to ask him if he can do your card. Here's his phone number. And you could call him up. I mean, he's always been very easy to talk to. So just ask him what's acceptable or not, and I'm sure he'll be happy to let you know. Let's see. Okay, let me know if you didn't get that, Cherokee. Okay, let's see. Progress report. First of all, sold fireworks. We did a real good job selling fireworks this year. Totally different locations. As a matter of fact, it was 20 miles different. And last time we were kind of near the university, and this time we were more in the suburbs. And I noticed the larger, the more expensive stuff sold much better this year. Okay, Sherry, there you go. Now the weather was kind of chilly and breezy, which was good because it gave me an idea of my body's ability to handle the cold, which is going to be really important shortly. And so, yeah, it was only down in the 40s, Chris. It's not like Montana's going to be. But as I told Eva, I said, I definitely need new boots and gloves, which we went and bought today. We went over to Sportsman's Warehouse and each got some insulated boots, insulated waterproof boots, some insulated gloves. I already had a ski mask, balaclava sort of thing, and Eva got her like a Maine hunting cap sort of thing. So we're pretty well. No, you can't have a campfire around the fireworks, Chris. Come on. As a matter of fact, it's very annoying. They have these little fireworks that they call them China Red Snap crackers, but they're a lot more powerful than the little poppers that the kids like to play with. They really make a good bang. And I used to like to just take them and throw them down just to demonstrate to people. But then someone pointed out, see the sign says no fireworks within 300 feet? I was, when I was sitting in my chair, I did have my comforter wrapped around my legs like an old geezer, you know? Oh, wait a minute. I am an old geezer. Wow. What a coincidence. So I was pretty sure it was going to be busier than last year from the get-go. But boy, I tell you, yesterday it was busy. When did I call you? About 1 o'clock, little one? Uh-huh. Yeah, about 1 o'clock I called Eva because I didn't have any time when there wasn't somebody in the tent, basically. And I need to be able to go to the bathroom every once in a while or whatever. So I called her up. And from the time you got there to the time you left, did you ever stop cashiering?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Basically, from like 2 to 7, she never stopped cashiering. I mean, in terms of actually actively taking people's money. And you're welcome, Sherry. And we sold a bunch. They even shipped us some from one of the other tents that wasn't doing so well. They had someone who was going around picking up money, and they loaded their car. They had a little car, and some of these packages are pretty big. And they had it stuffed, brought over there, and I sold, I don't know, $300 or $400 of that stuff before the end of the night, even though it got pretty late. The particular location I'm at down there kind of shuts down about 7:30. So it was right at the end of the thing when she showed up. But yeah, that was busy. Eva was an enormous help, and it felt good to clean up a bunch of fireworks because anything I didn't sell, I had to inventory, repack, and tomorrow I'll be putting it all on a pallet and wrapping it in the cellophane to ship it out. So tomorrow I'll be headed out there in the mid-morning or so, get the packaging done, and then start tearing down signs and stuff. Then whenever the truck shows up, they'll just pick up the pallet, throw it on the truck, and haul it off. I wasn't getting paid commission on the fireworks, Chris. I wish I was, because we were moving some stuff. But I'm just getting a daily rate. But it was definitely busy. No doubt about it. So pretty happy with that. And one of the things that's kind of funny over here in Tucson is a lot of people set off mortars and rockets and stuff, which are illegal. But we're about 2 hours from New Mexico, where they're perfectly legal. And coincidentally, like a mile or two into New Mexico, at like kind of the first off-ramp, is a big fireworks store. Go figure. Isn't it amazing, the coincidence there? And so a lot of people will make that drive and pick up, $500 or $1,000 worth of fireworks and have at it. Thank you. And oh my goodness, our neighborhood, come 4th of July, we're right underneath A Mountain, which is where the city would usually set off its fireworks display. And the neighborhood's like the pregame, postgame sort of thing. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell who's better. It's definitely bigger up there, but because it's closer and going on all around you, it's pretty good down here. We do have some brush fires, but I think it's just the nanny state. No, you can't do anything that might hurt you. I really don't know what the reasoning is, if there is any reasoning. So, yeah, but that just happens to be the state. For a long time, you couldn't have any fireworks here in Tucson. We do have potential for brush fires up on the mountains, right at the edge of the city, up between brush fires and forest fires. We had a fire on Mount Lemmon earlier this year, the Catalinas. It burned for over 2 weeks, didn't it? I think so. It burned like 30 miles from one end of the mountains to the other over about 2 weeks. Yeah. No gold in Utah. Well, I'm pretty sure there is some gold in Utah somewhere. Anyhow, we're still planning on leaving roughly Monday. Okay. Depends on when I can get paid for everything, when we're actually totally prepped to go. The 3rd would be Sunday, but it'll probably be like first thing Monday or something like that, heading out. And we're going to stop in Nephi and visit with Lucas for a day or two. And then we'll head on up, and we may stop in Pocatello, depending upon whether Idaho Rogers is there or not. And then we're going to be stopping up in Montana, south of Helena there for a day or two. And was it Johnny? I forget. My gosh, my brain is... Okay, I'll tell you in just a minute, Jeff. Let's see. Yeah, Jimmy. We'll be stopping with and visiting with Jimmy for a day or two. It ought to be a fun trip. Depends on the weather. What's the weather looking like right now, little one, when you get a chance for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday?
Weather here?
No, where it's likely to snow. Say Flagstaff and Salt Lake. Those are good.
Okay, Flag. Tomorrow is 41.
Hey, first.
47. Monday is 50. Tuesday is 47.
What's the precipitation looking like?
Sunny, sunny, sunny.
Okay, how about Salt Lake? Right now it's snowing in Idaho.
Salt Lake, we have
Freezing
light snow
on
on Saturday. On Sunday, we have mostly cloudy. Monday, we have partly cloudy. Tuesday, we have
Looks like above freezing,
showers.
no precipitation, so that would be cool. Weather looks decent. The reason, Jeff, I have to be careful what I word on YouTube, which is one of the things that makes us kind of nervous. In Arizona, we have the two biggest counties. Pima County is progressive leaning. The city and the county government are pretty much progressives. In Maricopa County, it's like 50-50 in terms of the population, but the administration tends to lean progressive to be progressives. And hi, Mr. Luck. Well, we might be able to visit you on the way too. Let's see. Here's my email address on the bottom there. If you want to email me, we can exchange phone numbers and chat about it. But anyhow, the election here in Arizona was not accomplished smoothly. And there are some disagreements as to, let's see, I'm on YouTube here. There's some disagreements that are working their way through the system. And with local information, we figure it may get kind of some heated discussions, which, her being a little old lady and me being an old geezer with a bum shoulder and a hernia, probably not the best to be in the middle of it. And therefore, we would like to relocate, at least temporarily, to an area where the population is more uniform and it doesn't have any real internal disputes going on right now. We're concerned that the situation might devolve into a bit of a free-for-all, and we prefer not to be in the middle of it. Eva has a fairly accurate intuition, and her intuition is we need to beat feet right now. Once we get to the Salt Lake City area, we assume that the external situation should be at least stable, and we can take a little bit more time getting up to Montana. Montana, the population is very conservative, except for Bozeman, and it's fairly light. They grow a lot of food up there. They have energy resources up there. They're not nearly as dependent on outside resources. Both Phoenix and Tucson, you shut off the trucks and they're in deep trouble in a matter of just a couple of days. And therefore, things could devolve pretty rapidly if there was any supply disruptions. Montana, much less so. We had work we were planning on doing up there this summer anyhow. We have contacts. Our principal up there has quarters that will be available starting the 11th. And so that's the idea, is to get up there and, kind of settle in. I think he said he has some part-time work for me that he'd like done. And then there's, from all indications that our contacts up there, it's not too hard to find work up there. So I can get employment, and keep myself busy making money until summer comes, and then we can really, put some effort into the mining. And that's basically, yeah, first, we may not be able to get away, but we hopefully will at least be behind friendly lines so we can start the counter actions and hopefully help get things straightened out that way. First, I understand completely. Yeah, this whole situation is just getting Twilight Zone. So that's really one of the reasons. And another thing I find disconcerting in one way and kind of reassuring in another, reassuring that we're not crazy, disconcerting because we are reassured we're not crazy, is that so many people are basically seeing it quite similarly. I mean, nobody's really saying, "Oh, you're crazy." That's just crazy talk. Except for someone who's just strong on the other side anyhow. It's like, well, nothing happened, nothing went wrong. Pennsylvania got 800,000 more votes than they sent out just because people were enthusiastic. I say, I don't know. It needs to be thoroughly investigated. I don't think we're going to have good time to do that before the middle of next week. And there's some critical things going to happen middle of next week. And depending upon exactly what happens, I have no idea which way things are going to shake out. I have an old saying, if a giant pile of crap is going to fall out of the sky, don't be standing at ground zero. Move to the side, get a shovel and some fertilizer bags, and sell the fertilizer after it hits the ground. So that's basically what we're trying to do is reposition to a much more stable location, evaluate the situation as it develops, and then fly by the seat of our pants from there. Eva's quite torn because there's some things she can do here to help with the investigations that would be useful. Can I describe the general thing?
I don't think you can find a way to do it without.
Upsetting YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just say that some private citizens have been doing their own verification of addresses of voters and stuff, and the error rate in the first 1,000 that they investigated was approximately 50%. So, that's why I think that things can get a little dicey here. So, that's why we're traveling. We've got the gentleman we're going to see up in Nephi. Apparently is a what you might call itinerant miner, part-time gold miner. That is currently kind of holding out for the winter to thaw out. The gentleman up in Montana also has a claim up there. And he's got some ore he'd like me to look at, and we can play around and have us a good time. And so I say it looks like it should be a very interesting and fun trip if the weather's not too extreme. Again, for those who come in a little late, Eva and I went to Sportsman's Warehouse today, got insulated boots, gloves, some cold weather gear like that. When I'm selling the fireworks, I'll have these huge table. I mean, I've got roughly 15 or 16 standard tables, fold-out tables, covered with fireworks. Probably almost 50 different kinds. And for security reasons, if you leave that there overnight, it's probably going to evaporate. The low humidity around here, things evaporate when you're not looking at it. Hey, Coulter. Hey, I got your package, and I got a question for that in a minute. Remind me if I forget. But anyhow, so there's two things you can do. You can either pack up all the merchandise and put it in the lockable storage unit every night, and then bring it all back out again the next morning, which takes 3-4 hours of work, or you can camp out there. So I use that as an opportunity to just camp out, see how the miner bagel is working, check systems, cook breakfast, make sure the stove's working, see what I've forgotten, see what's not working, blah, blah, blah. And then Happy New Year smoking. And that way I'd have a better idea exactly how things were going for the trip. It's been a while since I've been sleeping in the Bago. And I think it was educational. It certainly saved me a lot of time. Last night, inventorying and packing everything up took like 3 hours. And it's a difference between getting 8 hours of sleep and a couple hours of slack time every day, or else getting like 4 hours of sleep and working much harder. So just stay down there. It's no fun without Eva, but hey, what the heck? She'd come down and visit me if needed to. Let's see. Yes. Coulter. Coulter sent me something. I might as well show you all what it is because it looks pretty cool.
Yeah, maybe somebody can tell us what it's for. Hi, everybody.
Well, Coulter's on the line.
I'm doing things concerning the event that did not happen properly on November 3rd.
Okay. So what I am guessing is that this device is a positive pressure dust respirator. There's a box with a filter in it.
There's an electrical cord.
There's a USB cord and a charger. I presume this is basically some kind of a rechargeable battery. And that's see, it's sucking air in there, blowing it out here, and it has this nice little mask here. So I presume, and say this is a dust respirator that Coulter wants me to use to protect me from the nasty stuff that I'm always crushing and playing around with. Let's see how comfortable this thing is. It came while I was gone, so I haven't even tried putting it on yet. And that. Okay. Get everything all tangled here. There we go. That looks good. That's for around the neck. Has some gaps on the side here. I'll have to put it down a little bit lower. That has a pretty good seal there. Anyhow, so say he sent that to me. I didn't ask for anything. There's obviously not sure. There seems to be an element or something that's missing here. I have to look through here and find it. But there's clearly something that's supposed to attach there that isn't. And so I'll have to see. Maybe just a cap. That isn't a super good grip right there. That'll come off pretty easy. I'll have to look and see. I say there must be a cap or something that I have lost in the packaging there. But anyhow, that looks pretty cool, Coulter. That's supposed to be open. 3M measure snaps right on. If it's open, how do you keep from breathing in dust on the inhalation? Is the fan supposedly providing more air at a higher velocity than you can actually inhale it? Is that it? Eva typo. Cherokee said Eva typo, whatever that means.
I'm typing, yes.
Yeah. She says, "How do, Ms. Dorable?"
Fine, how do? Miss Dorable. Well, bless your heart.
I'm
And
thinking,
I mean that in a good way.
I think if you restricted that hole a little bit, it would work better. Don't know. Was this something you just want me to try out, or was this something to try and keep me healthy, or a combination of both, Coulter? I was just curious. When Eva called me up and said something was for mining magnets, I thought, oh, it must be the roly-poly. And I think you may want a little flapper valve or something like that that prevents backflow, Coulter, because that's awfully close to your mouth. When I'm inhaling quickly, I may inhale more air per second than the pump is putting out. I'm not sure. Well, it doesn't have to have much restriction. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is that the let's try something here. Hey, we got for once we got a good show and tell here. Let's see. First of all, Coulter, this attachment here, where this hooks up, at least on this one, does not appear to be super strong of a connection. It comes apart quite easily. So I think you need to re-engineer that a little bit to get a good solid connection. Something like a push and twist might be a good idea, but that I don't think will keep it hooked up during normal wear. And let's see.
It's really cool, Coulter. I think it's neat. And you know, it's funny. I was describing it on the phone to Bear when I opened the box. I was like, it's some sort of a respirator. And he didn't believe me. He thought that I did not recognize a respirator when I saw one.
Well, I thought it was the roly-poly. Now, another thing, Coulter, this right here is broken. Don't know why, but that structurally that needs to be improved in some way, shape, or form. Let's see. Because yeah, that definitely looks broken.
Mm-hmm.
It looks to me
Needs super glue.
like there's some flaws in the actual fabrication of it, and that might have been what caused it to break. But let me fabricable a quickie solution here, and let's see how well the basic concept works. I may have to have your help here, little one. You got a moment? I think I'm going to run out of hands. Okay, let's see. Get some tape up there. The Scotch tape right here. And wrap that around there so that it holds it together. Okay. I hope you don't mind, Coulter. Okay. To have us working on your equipment here with everyone watching. If you got a problem, just let me know and we'll stop. Okay. Okay, it's now running at maximum throughput. And let's take a flapper valve here. See how it's coming in? Not completely though. So, oh goodness. This is hard to do. Anyhow, that's what I'm thinking. If you had some kind of just a little light flapper valve like that over this, so that it lets stuff blow out easily, but as you're inhaling, if you're inhaling faster than the fan's blowing, it seals it off and gives the fan time to catch up. That's kind of my thought there. It's an interesting concept in terms of that way you're not having to expend energy to inhale, and that's nice. Yeah, it would be good for welding. Say that the nice thing about it, I like the thought of it's USB rechargeable, which is nice. I mean, it's got some kind of rechargeable battery in it. Rechargeable is very nice, and the positive pressure, so that you're not having to expend energy inhaling. You know, that's one of the things about respirators that's annoying is it's you actually have to use more muscular energy to get it in, and that would be nice. You go to the store. But yeah, I think that's a nice first attempt. Cooling, yeah, could also be cooling. You could even, if you really wanted to be cooling, you could spray a little water on that filter element, and you have a little evaporative cooler for your intake air. That would be cool. Anyhow, thank you, Coulter. I'll play around with that a little bit more and see what I come up with.
Thank you, Coulter. It's really nice.
I mean, Coulter, he's just a reflexive inventor, kind of like me, I think. He sees something, and if he doesn't see the precise tool that he thinks it needs to deal with the issue, he just looks at it and says, what could I do that would work better? And that's cool. I like that. There you go. Chris says, yeah, put dual hoses on it and look like Darth Vader. Now, and that's another thing too. You could do, Coulter, instead of a check valve, if you had a hose that was long enough that on the inhale stroke, the outside air couldn't get back to the mask, then that would also prevent you from breathing any of the unfiltered outside air without any resistance. So that might be might be a good way of doing it. Actually, just put a little extra hose out there. I'm not sure what you mean by a centrifuge in terms of cyclonic concentration and stuff. Yes. A centrifuge where you actually have a mechanical contrivance that's spinning something, no. But the idea of using fluid flow in a vortex to attempt to separate materials in various ways for various reasons, absolutely. I'd like to learn a lot more about that and see where I could apply that. It's one of those things that, you know, you can spend your whole life just playing around with stuff. I'd like to get to where I'm actually doing something. Unfortunately, with Ryan's mine down here, now I'm going to be going up north for the winter because we're getting to the point where we were actually able to start doing things. Yeah, exactly, sailing. But the concentrator I added a third stage to, so that with just a little manual moving around, currently I could put the material into the concentrator either in the first stage or the second stage. I put another stage on top of what used to be the first stage. If I was to do that, which I'll probably do, then it's going to scalp things right off the bat. But also, you could stop it on a regular basis, say every hour, 2 hours, whatever, and clean out the second and third stage, and then run that material back into the very first stage again. And you're going to minimize your losses because the second and third stage don't build up to a point where they're starting to lose stuff. And it also gives you a much higher concentration in the first stage. And therefore, all you would actually send to your final concentrator would be the material from the first stage, which would be, the way it's set up at the moment, about 1/5 of the total material. So you would have the equivalent of one Garrett Super Sluice flush. Maybe half of that would be your total concentrates from the roughly 200 pounds or more per hour concentrator. So you should be able to do that pretty well in terms of clean it out pretty quickly. That's my plan at the moment. Once I get up north, we'll see how well the new concentrator works on that very, very nasty superfine gold too. I've got 1/2 ton to a ton of Montana B dump 1/2 inch minus just sitting up there in covered buckets that is available for testing. And we're probably going to send some to Chris also to try some flotation stuff with. I'll have to, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but you would want that pulverized before I sent it to you. And then you could play some games with that. I'm going to talk to my principal up there and get an estimate from Chris as to how much he would need to, you know, things, assaying chemicals, this and that and the other, and see if he can do a little flotation testing and see how well it works that way. Is it okay if I drop a line to a website to some stuff I use for a sluice? I don't see any reason why not, Smoking. As long as it's something you use and you're giving your opinion on it, just be honest. Can you show that one more time? Do you have something to write down with, Cherokee? And you can always go back the next day and look on the thing and just scroll through. YouTube blocks links unless you are a moderator.
Tell her to try. Tell her to try breaking up the link. You put the words. You put, like say the link is the Donald.win. You put the words the Donald, and then you put the word dot, and then you put the word win.
Okay.
And you put the parts of the link in quotation marks.
Yes, and that way somebody could manually input it. 200 minus. Man, I don't know if I can get it that fine. I think I'm running, let's see, probably in the neighborhood of 80, 90%, 100 mesh minus. Not sure. I haven't done a, what do you call it? A screen analysis on that. And it also depends on the throughput that I run through the impact mill and whether or not I'm using the booster blower on it or just letting it run by itself. If I run a slow throughput with no booster on it, it'll be a finer grind. Floor underlayment, huh? Yep. Okay, Chris, what I said was 200 minus. I doubt that I'll be able to get that, but I'll probably get 80 to 90% 100 minus. Did that work okay for your testing? I presume it would, because anything finer than 100 is awfully hard to do in a production setting to get that fine a grind. I mean, you're talking rod mills or something to that effect. And we'll just have to see. I mean, if we can concentrate the heavy minerals, then I think that leaching of the concentrates would probably be the best way. And I saw a video earlier. This guy was using it for electronics, but it was potassium iodine and iodine crystals was the leaching material. And then I believe he neutralized it with ascorbic acid, and was it some baking soda or something he used to precipitate it? Somebody sent me the information. It was a pretty nice, simple, relatively low toxicity leach. It would probably be pretty expensive per ton, but if you had high grade material, it would be pretty easy to do. And I would say it would just, you leach it, filter it, precipitate it. Yep. As long as it's hitting liberation. Well, we'll give it a shot and see if it seems to. How's that, Chris? Huh, smoking? Interesting. Let me write this down.
What?
Pro. Floor underlayment. Alino. ALINO. Okay. Thank you, Smokin'. We'll see what we can find there. Because say if we can find anything that just works really well on the real fine stuff, just to get it to a concentrate, if we can get a 10-to-1 concentration ratio without much losses, that makes the leaching a whole lot more economical, and so what size of gold has been precipitated? It was you were able to see individual particles in the video, and I forgot what video of mine somebody put the link on. Let me try something here again. Let's see how my wonderful thing works here. I'm going to switch to another window. and see if I can find that. No, that's not it. I thought I had. I don't think I've put it on my favorites list there. But anyhow, it's potassium iodide and iodine leaching of electronic scrap. And is there a way to post a piece of equipment too? If you put it as an attachment to my email, then you can send it to me. In terms of getting it on the live stream or something, I don't know.
You should be able to put it on the live stream if you either write the link down on your whiteboard and hold it up, or you use the chat, because you should be the moderator for the chat.
Well, I'm sure I am, but you see, this would presuppose that the moderator has some idea how to do these things.
You just type in the chat box.
I don't know. Well, what would that do? I mean, I could post it there, but what I meant was, can I have a window in a window? You know, that sort of thing.
I have no idea how it's done.
I'm sure that it's doable.
Chris can probably tell you.
Yeah, Chris could probably do it. I don't know if he could tell me where I would understand it. Yeah, Chris, leaching, you know, it's easier to get mineral exposure than mineral liberation. However, you need mineral liberation to get clean flotation concentrates, but do you need mineral liberation to get good recovery into your flotation concentrate? I mean, let's suppose your particles, you have your gold in your rock here like this. Will it still not float? I mean, because will not the mineral particle float, dragging the rock particle with it, and then you could leach the resulting concentrate quite effectively. Again, the whole idea in many cases is to get some kind of a concentration without much in the way of losses. Look into OBS. OBS?
Open something system.
I don't know. But to me, the key of the whole thing is to be able to get a good concentrate with minimal losses, because once you get it concentrated enough, then almost, you know, expense becomes much less important. Waste products become much less important. Recycling of leachant and stuff becomes easier, you know. And yeah, Chris, I said these are the things I think need to be tested. But I think if you had 50% of the particle surface being the valuable mineral and 50% rock, you probably get good flotation. If you had like 10% valuable mineral and 90% rock, I think you'd get poor flotation. Be interesting to see what happens. But I say, whatever, open broadcast studio, he says. But that's kind of the key, is to find out what that first concentration step is. If you can go straight to a smeltable con, that's fine. I mean, if you have coarse enough gold where you can go, you know, and you're running it over a table and you get a smeltable concentrate, like you'll see on some videos of Mount Baker mining, where you can see a nice, pretty clean gold line there, that's great. You know, if you can pull that one off with whatever ore you've got and whatever equipment you're using, that would be fine, because then you can just go straight to a smeltable concentrate. And that's ideal. I mean, the difficulty lies in what happens when you don't have an ore that will do that readily. You could have a sulfide ore where it's entrained in the sulfide. So you may have to concentrate the sulfide, then oxidize the sulfide, typically by roasting. And then you could leach it, or then maybe perhaps gravity concentrate it after that. Um, lots of possibilities. Yeah, and I would also presume, Chris, that it has a lot to do with the particular minerals involved. Some are going to be much more attracted. You get much better bonding forces with the bubble, and therefore, it's harder to fall away. Well, thank you, Dookie. I'm really not that much in terms of information on metal detectors, but if the information I've given you has been helpful, I'm very pleased. Oh, I was selling fireworks until 9 o'clock, packing them up till midnight, then got home. It was the first night home in 4 days. So yeah, my New Year's Eve was fine. Not much excitement, but I had a nice, relaxing, comfortable New Year's Eve. And Dookie, I would suggest if you're considering studying geosciences and stuff, get a pretty broad base to begin with. Don't overly focus initially, especially in your major, so that you're more marketable on a wide variety of potential jobs. And that makes it a lot better because mining tends to be very cyclical, and there may be 10 years where it's hard to get a job. So, okay, Mr. Lodak, Happy New Year. And I say, you can email me and maybe we can say hi as we're zipping on through there. See if anyone can ID it and tell me how it is to set up and use. Sorry, my post is Marion. Okay, let me see. Okay, I'm going to leave this one running. Eva, check, make sure I don't disappear.
Okay, I will get on YouTube. Give me a
Oh,
second.
wait a minute. Let's see. There's that. Inbox. No. And so it wasn't there. Let's look in other. Nothing there. Oh, give me a break, you stupid computer. I just love the way they play these games. And let's go to junk and see if there's something there. Nope. Okay, I'm not sure what.
Make sure you're in the right email, girl.
Yeah. I'm not sure, Marion, what you're talking about. If you can clarify, I'd appreciate it. Well, thank you, Dookie. I appreciate that. And I'll try and keep them coming and keep them getting better and better and more helpful as time goes on.
Thank you, Dookie.
Did you see that, Dookie? Smokin' says free online classes at Michigan State University.
Ooh, Zentner will be live streaming his classes this spring. Cool.
Oh, look. Some chick named Eva Landry says, hiya, everybody. Happy New Year. Wow. Hiya, Eva. Oh, but I say that's my train of thought just got derailed.
Hi, Chris.
It's horrible.
I'll be looking into OBS when we get to Montana.
And so hopefully Eva will be doing a lot more electronic herding once things settle down a bit. Right now she's pretty busy keeping track of what's going on, et cetera, et cetera. And so we shall see. How much gold you got? I think that means how much gold have I recovered? Personally now, probably 1.5 ounces roughly, of which about half of that was dredging one year up in the Middle Fork of the Boise River. and the rest has pretty much been recovered from Ryan's ore, microfine hard rock gold, and so he just came by and picked up a couple grams shortly. Well, that sucks, Ethan. Yeah, Jimmy. Actually, if not my gold, I mean, I've worked for gold mining companies, and I was the general pit superintendent at Goldfield. Chem Gold Picacho, and our target was 3,000 ounces a month. We move 14,000 tons of rock a day. Average ore grade was 0.04 ounces per ton, I believe, somewhere around there. Yeah, Marion, I'm unclear on the actual question. But the most I've ever held in my personal hands at one time was when we were delivering to a refiner from Chemgold, and I had 40 pounds that I was holding while we waited for them to get the door open. It's getting a little old. Arms were getting tired. It took about 15 minutes for them to get the people who were there already out due to security reasons.
Almost 2 talents of gold.
Okay. And so for security reasons, no more than one group, no more than 2 people were allowed into the refinery at any one time. And so we just had to wait until they were done with the other people. It's sure an interesting room we went into, though. It's about as big as my living room, with a double or triple stack industrial shelving covered with bars and barrels filled with like BBs. I mean, they would just take gold and silver and pour it into water, so they had smaller pieces that they could, just measure out on a scale. It's pretty cool. And but in terms of personally recovering right now, with Ryan's ore, my equipment will recover 0.5 gram to 1 gram an hour at his ore grade, depending on my recovery rate and how smooth things are running. At the better recoveries, and oh my goodness, I don't have a calculator handy. I suppose I should. But at 0.1 times, I should be recovering better than 1 gram per hour when I'm running his ore at the current time. So, Chris, is Nick just going to be live streaming his regular classes? So that answer your question, Eric? And yeah, I'm suspicious, Chris, that we're going to have to go flotation or something for this particular ore. But I'm thinking we'll probably be able to get a better than 80% recovery off Montana B with flotation. And depending upon what we do, we may just put a little gravity scalping circuit in there too. I don't know. I'm not sure what's the maximum particle size of gold that the flotation will pick up. If there's a maximum size it won't do, then we can put a gravity circuit in there, just like a simple sluice or something that'll pick up stuff at about that particle size and bigger, so we don't lose it. Glad to help, Eric. Really sure friend and I dug out an abandoned mine portal from the recession. And how did it go, Dookie? Okay. Well, let's see. I'll just see. There we go. Control C. Exactly, Chris. I would love to come up with a nice, relatively efficient, simple flotation setup for those ores that are not terribly amenable to gravity extraction. Obviously, if it's a rich enough ore, you can go ahead and go direct leaching. But there's a lot where if you can, get good recoveries up in the 90% range is not unusual for flotation, and then leach that, you might be in a lot better shape. Glad I could help, Dookie. And I say hopefully you'll find some good gold and make a good, profitable, safe mine out of it someday. That's the purpose, is to come up with the technologies and the concepts that virtually anyone can apply to a reasonable ore body and make a profit. That's my goal. And say flotation may be a key part of that, dealing with ores that aren't that amenable to gravity separation. And this also applies to artisanal scale mining in the third world. I've had a number of inquiries from time to time from Africa and other third world countries. And it would be nice to be able to help the miners there to minimize their environmental and health impacts, and to improve the recoveries, because over there, a buck means a whole lot more than it does over here. And digging the ore out by hand, etc., they've got less to start with, so efficiency would be critical. Take care, Dookie. Yeah, resort. Flotation is pretty proven. Okay, Poker Face. Should I look at maps of closed mines and try to explore the ones I think are potential lode mines, or should I stick to tailings being untrained landing? First of all, for definitions, tailings is the crushed ore that has been processed to remove the minerals. A lot of people use the term tailings when they actually mean waste dumps. There's no reason you can't do both. Actually, all three: tailings, waste dumps, and the mines themselves. The dumps are easy to sample, and don't overlook any of them. They might be, any of them might be useful, although the technology employed in Montana, unless it was run quite a while ago, your tailings are probably not going to be very rich. Yeah, Chris, maybe so. One thing I saw that worked pretty well, according to the person who was using it. Okay. I lost my pen down there. Backup system. It was simply a V-shaped trench with a air manifold here with jets, and the walls here, and the walls extended higher than this level here on three sides. The fourth side was the output, and that's where the foam fell off. And he also had he would input the ore. Wow, let's see if I can do this. Here's the side view of your trench. The ore would come in here. The tailings would come out here. And he just used a blower as the air source. It was a high efficiency, high pressure blower, so to speak. It was putting out like, I don't know, I think it was 15, 20 PSI, but it was just a blower from Granger, I believe. Let's see. I believe, Chris, that when you stake the load claim, if the placer is unstaked at that time, you also get the placer rights on top of the load claim. I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it was. On the other hand, if you have a placer claim already staked, you can stake load underneath it and you only get the load. And when you've got an active load claim and you're mining and you're dumping the material, that's load at that point. However, as soon as that load claim becomes inactive, that now becomes placer material. Yeah, Coulter, I think you get the placer rights if there's no placer claim there. If there isn't, then I think you get it. But if there is, then the placer rights stay with the placer owner. Yeah, Resort, that's what I'm saying. Once you've staked it load, I believe nobody can stake it placer, but you can mine it. No surface rights. Not sure. It's an interesting question. So a couple of the people who are relatively knowledgeable suggest if you have a load mine that is open to claiming and no placer claims, stake a placer first, then stake the load. That way you've got it covered 6 ways from Sunday. Okay. Placer gives you first rights to put in a load you encounter. Yeah, although I don't know if there's any kind of time frame or anything like that. This is an interesting question. I'll have to see if I can research the answer to this. You can always talk to your state department. Say in Arizona, it was the Department of Mines and Mineral Resources that covers the rules here. And say it's been a while since I actually talked to them. I know that somebody has a placer claim. If you can get a valid discovery without violating their rights, then you can stake a load underneath it. I also know that if your load claim is active and you're dumping waste from your load claim, as long as that claim remains active, that waste dump is load. But as soon as that becomes inactive, then that reverts to placer. But say when it comes to the surface rights on a load claim, yeah, you can't interfere with the placer operation, but you can dig underneath it. Yeah, tunnel claim. I say there's a lot of ways you could wind up underneath a placer claim with a load claim legitimately. It's just the only difficulty is getting a valid discovery underneath somebody else's claim. One thing that I was thinking of, let's suppose you have a placer claim owned by a club, and you become a member of the club, and that gives you the right to go out there and recover minerals, and you find a load. Is there any reason you can't stake the load claim because you've got a valid discovery now, You know, that's a good question. But that's kind of my thought in terms of how to do it. I'd research it before I actually did it. You know, check with your local jurisdiction to see if that's legit. But I think that, let's say, if there's a lot of plaster claims out there by these um, clubs, and I don't see any reason why you couldn't become a member of the club and go out there and get a sample and then stake the load, because now you got a valid discovery and you got it legally. You had permission to remove minerals from their claim, you know. So it gets complicated. Yeah, the one of the complications is each state has somewhat different rules and regulations, and basically they do have an effect also, Coulter. Yeah, Chris, they're all worried about that surface disturbance. Another thing that might come in handy on a micro scale operation is if you had a decent sized mine, underground mine with groundwater and you know, some decent high grade, you might be able to set up your whole mill underground and process and just use it for backfill. And then they'd have almost no jurisdictional coverage at all. Cougar breeding habitat. Would that be the tunnels themselves? Around here, it's bats is the big thing. I agree, Chris. That's one nice thing about uh, micro scale. You can, yep, exactly, refill the stopes. And sometimes you might even be able to uh, fill the stopes in such a manner that you open up other ground for extraction by stabilizing the ground. It would depend. It'd probably have to be a reasonably high grade vein to do that, but you could do it. Opal geodes, huh? That'd be nice. Oh,
I would love that.
yeah, that'd be cool. Oh my goodness. Shoulder's still messed up. Slowly getting better, but there's certain movements, and unfortunately, one of them is pulling my pants up. That particular motion tends to hang something up, which is really uncomfortable. Oh, oh, dearie. Video ground is Swiss cheese, huh? Oh, yeah. Jim up there in Helena was doing placer mining, basically valley floor type placer mining. He said he did a very good job of reclamation on it. We didn't have time, or I would have gone out there and taken video. And he said that the authorities were quite pleased when they got in there, and they're like, "You can't even tell there was a mine here." So that's the idea, right? um, you could possibly put supports and going for the pillars, is what they're called. The other thing you can do is you can fill. That's what I was talking about in terms of sometimes you might be able to, you know, stabilize the ground to where you can extract some of the ore they left behind for ground support. But you would need to have enough value in the pillars to make it worthwhile. Um, there's a video called The Mining Cycle or The Mine Cycle. I think it was put out by Barrick, I believe, on YouTube. And they're doing cut and fill, where they'll drive a tunnel and extract the ore there, and then they'll fill it with cemented fill, and then they'll drive a tunnel right next to it. And this way they get 100% recovery. And it can be done. I don't trust wood. Well, I can understand that shotcrete and wire with bolts, that's good, but cemented fill is like impossible to crush. And that's the ultimate in ground support is essentially is cemented fill. And you can stabilize it, almost as strong as original. It depends on what the original rock was, but unless it's a good hard granite or something, you should be able to stabilize it as much as you needed. 4 rocks, but support. Not sure, Resort Dog. I'm not sure what you're asking, Resort Dog. But yeah, the idea is you fill the air pockets with rock, concrete, essentially. Yeah, when you got a bad back, you may have to bolt it and wire it, shotcrete it. There's all sort of things you can do. Ground support is a science in and of itself, especially when you start getting deep mining. But when you get deep mining too, there's a phenomenon called rock burst, where the stresses on the rock can exceed the compressional value of the rock itself, and then the tunnel can just disappear in an instant. It just goes pow.
Bear, I'm going to go take a bath if you don't mind.
Could you cover for just a minute first, and then I will get my drink and everything and get
let
right
me go
back.
to the bathroom first, and
Okay.
I'll cover for you while you get your drink and everything, and then I'll go take a bath.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to be taking the bath.
Yeah, Resort Dog. That can happen too. They're going after one mineral and something else becomes more valuable later, especially as the technology for extraction changes, like, cyanidation changed the equation. Heap leaching changed the equation. I say there's a lot of different things. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, deep mining can be kind of interesting, I guess. I've never been deep mining, although when I was at United Nuclear, the rock was soft sandstone. You could literally dig through it with a loader, and so it was plastic, and you could actually have your tunnels squishing and things like that over time. It was interesting. I went to San Manuel, just north of Tucson here one time, and they basically undermined the ore body, which was 500 to 1,500 feet thick, with a series of tunnels, and drove chutes up and raises, and then started blasting out the support and just letting it cave in. And they would line their tunnels with 24 inches of shotcrete. They were the #1 consumer of cement in Arizona. And I was in there with a mining engineer one time, and the tunnel, as you looked ahead of you, just squished down to nothing. Yeah, ground pressure can do some interesting stuff. I'm not sure how deep it has to be for rock burst, Chris. I know you have to have stress on the rock.
Okay.
I suppose it could be from other things besides pure depth. Be back in a minute. Eva's got the con.
Hi, everybody. I'm playing a game. So we are still packing, kind of, sort of. And Bear bought me the nicest pair of new boots. They're gray and they're about halfway up the calf, and they have this wide, furry gray top around them. They're really pretty. Absolutely amazing boots. I've never owned a pretty pair of boots before. Hi, Smokin'. But he insisted that I get boots that'll do for sub-zero weather, and I'm like, my combat boots should be fine, but no, he just had to get them. But anyway, we are still kind of sort of packing, and I'm doing a whole lot of other things on projects that cannot be talked about on Google because, on YouTube because of all this, it's a done deal kind of thing, which it isn't. No, we did not have beans or black-eyed peas on New Year's Eve for luck. I have heard of the tradition before. We did not do it. At this point, well, igloo building equipment. Last time I checked, it doesn't take all that much equipment to build an appropriate igloo. I mean, when I was a kid, people built igloos using just ordinary garden tools, and we have those. And I've seen igloos built using chainsaws to cut large blocks of ice, but I don't think we're going to need it. There's really not all that much snow in the Helena area. And I don't know what Bear is all worried about with this anyway, because it could be a lot worse. But absolutely Smoking. As a matter of fact, it's a pair of liner socks. My uncles used to wear silk ones or really thin cotton ones, and then a Wonder Bread bag. It had to be Wonder Bread because the other bags just don't work as well, and then a wool sock. Whalebone for building igloos. Cool. Never thought about it. Don't have any whalebone. I shall tell Bear he must get me whalebone immediately.
Okay.
Well, Quadrone says we need it for building igloos.
Oh, you don't need whale bones to build igloos. You need good ice, I suppose. You can also use if you have any water nearby that's liquid, but the air temperature is below the freezing point of that water, you can just cut brush and spray it with a pump. Yeah. Yeah, I hear that it isn't that snowy in Montana. That's true, Jimmy. And you need to have pretty thick snow that's set up for a while, I believe. It has to have some structural integrity. I prefer the Minor-Bago 1.5-inch styrofoam insulation. We shall see what happens. Never had the Bago in those kind of temperatures. I've been below freezing, but nothing like, below zero. And will not likely be needing the Bago for anything approaching zero, as we're just using it for transportation. Once we're up there, we'll have accommodation, so it shouldn't be a problem. Ken Heron. Okay. Not sure exactly what that means first. I have no idea, Polka Face. I'm sure quite a few of them have. I'm also sure quite a few of them haven't. Some of them might have been lost, so to speak. And as such, nobody much knows about them anymore. Some of the ones in more remote areas. But the ones that are in the more accessible or well-known areas probably have been checked out. And in Mexico, the year is 1911 that you're looking for, because that's when they had the revolution and kicked all the foreigners out. Shouldn't matter smoking. It's got 1.5-inch styrofoam insulation, 365 degrees. The floor, the wall, the floor of the bed, the side of the bed, the front of the bed, all of that stuff. Styrofoam everywhere. It's like an ice chest. And so it really shouldn't matter that much. I agree that, you know, the floor is normally a bad spot, but in this case, I say it's solid styrofoam everywhere. As a matter of fact, I don't even think there's fasteners on the floor. I think I laid the styrofoam down, put plywood that was cut just narrow enough so that the two side walls, there's styrofoam and paneling. Then the plywood pushes that out, and then I screwed in the top of the paneling. I believe that's how I did it. I personally don't know much about Sheelite. I haven't done anything with it. I don't have a black light to look for it. And the way to identify it is with, I believe it's a short wave black light. I don't think it's the long wave. It's some, you know, near ultraviolet. It's a far ultraviolet type light. I believe it's more useful for that. There are times where you have significant Sheelite and gold together, and especially back in the 40s, if there was any tungsten in the gold ore, they would say that's what they were going for, because that would keep you open. Yeah, Coulter, I'm headed back to Helena. Actually, we'll be in the same room we were staying in before. Secret tungsten Sheelite deposit, supposedly Catria, gold, silver, and copper. I presume also carries, and it certainly can. You think you missed that? Okay, we're going back to Helena. Same person, same place we were working for before. May have to get, you know, some other work for the winter until things, you know, the snow melts, but we'll see what happens. It is certainly not unusual to have Sheelite and gold together. I know that. How difficult it is to extract them from each other, I'm not sure. I don't have any experience with that. I presume it's a relatively straightforward metallurgy once you have it once you have a concentrate. Would it be free gold? I would be willing to bet you there's no guarantee one way or another whether it's free milling gold or not. It would depend on other stuff, especially when you got the copper and the you know, you could easily have gold entrained in the other minerals, very, very fine gold or chemically bound. You would have to look at the individual metallurgy of that ore. First rule of thumb is there is no rule of thumb. You just have to look and test. I can certainly do some tests on it once the weather warms up enough that water's not freezing all over the place. Get in contact with me later, and there's my email address, hardrocku@outlook.com, and we can communicate and work out details and things like that. Where are you at, Secret? You in the area, or are you someplace far away from Helena? Thank you, Secret. Let me say, where's your location in general? Florida. Okay, New Mexico. All righty. Like next winter, assuming the external situation doesn't preclude it or something isn't keeping me busy somewhere else, I'm tentatively planning on coming back to Tucson. And if nothing else, we got a lot of stuff we've left here. And say we just feel it's prudent to get up there as quickly as possible. And so we're running pretty light. I was actually pretty pleased. I was actually able to get, without difficulty, my stick welder in there with us too. And so I actually have a welder with me. All I need is a 220 outlet. It's not a choice to go up there in January in terms of, oh yes, let's go up there for the snow or the sub-zero temperatures or whatever. It's because, say, external factors are setting the dates. I'll say I really not happy with the concept, although, if you wear the right clothing and use your head, I suppose it's not that big a deal. I've dealt with stuff before. Again, when I used to work in Gallup, New Mexico, that's where I started underground mining at United Nuclear Church Rock. And that winter it got to 26 below zero at our house. So yeah, it's not fun, but it's, easily survivable. And so we'll just play it as it goes. I don't know what to say besides that. It's just another adventure, right? A little philosophical thing here. It's very interesting to lead a life that's relatively unpredictable. I don't know how to describe it, but our life itself is kind of an adventure now because, again, I don't know what I'm going to be doing a year from now, 2 years from now. Could be something really interesting. Could be not. I don't know. But that adds a level of adventure and unpredictability that makes it kind of interesting. And so that's kind of fun. I wish I had the money to really rebuild the Bago, one end to the other, top flight rebuilders and stuff who really know their stuff. Make sure I've got the right power plant in it. I mean, I've got the small block 400, but it might be better to build a better 350 that has less heating issues or something. I don't know. And then put in like a Turbo Hydro 400 and a few other little things. And so I knew the vehicle was really done right and really reliable, and I had the side money set aside so if anything broke, I could fix it without sweating it. That would make it less stressful. But yes, we are winging it, Tracy. Hey, John, how's it going? Happy New Year. And say that would be a little less stressful. But I say up till now, it's the United States of America. Who's going to starve to death? You know, aside from very localized, very thing like an individual criminal sort of thing, there really wasn't much danger. Probably the worst danger was driving. It's got an RV cam in the engine. The small block 400 was rebuilt about 2 years ago, and the rebuilder uh, he got the engine um, basically just for the block. When he took it apart, he found out it had just been rebuilt, but he didn't know what kind of cam it had in it, so we just went with an RV cam for torque. And the pistons may have been too high a compression, so I say that was what failed on the engine. So we got lower compression pistons now. I made sure I dropped the timing back to 4 degrees before top dead center, and so I think that's pretty good. I mean, the transmission has less than 5,000 miles since the rebuild, but it's a turbo hydro 350, which is fine for the vehicle itself. But when you're towing a big heavy trailer too, it's putting. I'm going to try basically just when I'm going up grades, just kind of powering up in third without putting my foot right on the floor. And as it slows down, once it gets to about 50, just drop it in second and leave it in second to take the strain off of the transmission, And so let's say the transmission and the engine have been freshly done. So should be pretty good. I really want to redo the cab, the dashboard especially. Got a lot of things I want to change there, and that would be nice. But I'm also wondering, okay, all you folks out there, Eva's got a Kindle Fire tablet, and I know it's got certain capacities, like you can use it like a cell phone and this, that, and the other. Could you take that and turn it into like a GPS navigation system? I mean, like Eva's cell phone can do GPS. And I'm just wondering if we could use that Kindle as a GPS navigation system by just reconfiguring and making sure we have the right cell phone plan and stuff like that. Because that would be kind of cool. You need a GPS module. So basically, it would be a standalone device that integrates into the Kindle, and the Kindle basically becomes a display for it, correct? Burn it. Well, Chris, I think that's a bit harsh. And Eva just bought it mainly for books. She wanted to put books and stuff on it. But I can certainly convey your opinion to her. But yeah, in the long run, aside from reworking some gauges, switches, and things like that, yeah, I mean, we could just get a navigation system. I don't know. Eva's using her cell phone right now to help me navigate. And I enjoy working as a team. I like the thing where I'm driving, she's navigating. I enjoy the teamwork aspect of it. I just enjoy being a team like that. And hey, burning doesn't get rid of the gold; it just gets rid of all the other stuff. So then you could extract the gold easier. But I do like that, and the plan was eventually to have a little quasi center console. It just sticks out a little bit from the dash and has things like the ham radio and the stereo, and also a little panel on the side where like 2 fuel gauges, one for each tank, and the selector switch, and a few other little things. And then a navigation system that could be kind of swung one way or the other. When my brother and I were hauling salmon up and down the Pacific coast, that we had a navigation system in the truck there, the rental truck. And it was kind of cool at times. I must admit that. You can talk it over with her, Chris. I have no opinion on these matters. I just asked her today. I said, because it says she got that Kindle for books. And I'm like, could that be turned into a navigation system? Because it's got a pretty good screen on it. I don't know. But that's what I'd really like to do to that truck in the long run, is just completely rework the whole dashboard and do it kind of like an aircraft dash, on this panel where it's got flat removable panels that have gauges and switches and stuff. So you just pull out a few screws and boom, and there's everything on the back, and you don't have to crawl behind nothing. That's what I want, Okay, Squadron. I'll tell Eva. And what's the chat? 141. At 1 minute 41 GPS app. So I say that's what I'd like to do. The seat looks pretty nice now. The metal in the cab, the floor and everything has been cleaned and then coated. I want to put some kind of rug or carpeting in there, a lot for insulation purposes. But I say center console, so right over here where I can reach it, or certain switches and gauges. I also like gauges right in front of me on top of the dashboard. I think that's a much better place to put them than down behind the steering wheel where you're doing this all the time. And I also want to have some idiot lights, like a real big red one with a buzzer for oil pressure, and the yellow one for coolant temperature. Although I think I watched that carefully enough that that's probably not terribly important. But when we did this latest almost rebuild of the engine, the oil pressure port, I plumbed in a T. So right now it has both the fitting for the oil pressure gauge, but also a sending unit for an oil pressure light. So I can wire that in real easily sometime in the future. Already got the spray liner in it. I used a truck bed spray liner. Yep. The negative of the bed liner is it doesn't give you much sound or temperature insulation. So I wanted something to kind of deaden the sound and to moderate the temperature. I've got little pieces of rug in there right now, but they slide around all over the place. I mean, I could always screw the corners in or something, but I was, just not in any urgency to do anything. And so I say that's the evil plan. But I stopped the rust. I cleaned it all up, stopped the rust, and coated it. And the truck's undercoated too. I took some undercoating when I first put the bed on because we were planning to go to Alaska. I figured, rust will be an issue. But yeah, component wise, there's a lot of good stuff in there, like that 4-core copper brass radiator. That's $500 worth of radiator right there. That may be the best way to go, Chris. I haven't really, again, I haven't given it much thought at this point, but that would certainly be a reasonable answer to the question. And I might want to take a single piece of carpet all the way across. Right now, it's just two little pieces of carpet there. That doesn't look like Montana. Not sure what you mean, Goldstream. What doesn't look like Montana? As far as I know, it's a good fan shroud. Yeah, it's the factory fan shroud in there. I just put in a new fan clutch. And so the cooling system should be in good shape. No, I haven't left yet. Should be in a couple of days. I've still got to do one more day of work, basically tearing down the fireworks stand, putting things away, shipping out the unsold fireworks, getting the last little bits loaded, and getting paid for everything before we head on out. But 95% of the packing is done. We still got some clothes, the weapons, not a heck of a lot else. Just the stuff you grab just before you take off. No, not really truck problems. It's just say I've had problems in the past, and it just makes me nervous. So it would be really nice to, one of those things where you got $20,000. If I won the lottery, I'd take that truck to a truck customized shop, the kind that does a real good job, and just have them start at one end, go to the other, and just fix everything in a very nice professional manner. Rebuild the differentials, put in a Turbo Hydro 400, a big transmission cooler, and stuff like that. No, more like personal defense, Chris. Just the usual stuff. It's a nice selection. Your basic selection. You got them a 44, a Garand, a Ruger 1022, and an Ithaca pump shotgun. So you got basically the tool for the job, whatever the job happens to be, and a lot of stuff to feed through them if needed. And say we're not sure if we're going to be coming back or not, what the situation is. Yeah, Goldstream. The nice thing about the old trucks is you can rebuild them to basically like new, and they're simple enough that you can fix them in the field. You can figure out what's going wrong in the field. This is a 25 round Ruger brand clip, and it seems to work just fine as it is. Yeah, I understand, Goldstream. You can do that, and not sure what the joke is, Chris. Oh, fractions. Okay, I've got my calculator. But yeah, you can have essentially a new truck, and that's nice. It's getting a little harder to find parts, but it's still not bad just yet. but sooner or later we'll be. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is the best thing to do on those floorboards at this point, Kevin. I say it's been a low priority thing, and I'm not. Yeah, I say it's not a high priority item at this point. So you use your 2008 Sierra for mining. Yeah, I can understand that. You know, if you really rebuild an old truck nice, it's a nice truck. Absolutely. And this one, I don't know how many of you guys just have a real emotional connection to a vehicle somewhere, and it's maybe more than you should, but it's just, that thing's been around a long time. It's gotten us through some tough scrapes, and you just don't want to let the darn thing go. Well, the floorboards aren't bad. There was one spot that was rusted pretty good, and I just covered it with a piece of sheet metal and screwed it down. Not a problem. That might work, Chris. I'm going to take some conventional bubble wrap for the windows on the minor Bago to essentially double glaze them, especially as the little side windows are like those louvered RV windows, and those never seal worth a crap. So, just tape some bubble wrap, to the window frame there, and that should seal that off pretty good and give us a lot better insulation in there. It's not only the devil you know, but the devil you know how to fix. I've done that before. I know what that, when this goes wrong, I know where the hell the problem is and how to fix it. That's nice. You get one of these new trucks, it's like something goes wrong. It's like, I don't know. I don't have a computer to fix it. Yeah, Leadville, I understand. As long as they keep making parts, I got no problem. I know some people will tell you, yeah, it's hard to get parts and this and that and the other. But I mean, how hard is it to get parts? I go down to O'Reilly. They're there later that day usually, 2500 8.1 gas, Allison. Yeah, that's a pretty tough truck. It sounds like they're winging it. I like using my own 08. I don't care what happens to it. It's still fairly simple. A few dings in it. Well, the other thing is that people worry about scratches and this and that. So to me, it's like, okay, now it's got a ding in it, so the heck with the trauma's over. Triple ply corrugated polycarbonate for the window covers. Well, I've got tape and $2 worth of bubble wrap.
We have bubble wrap, people.
Yeah. The nice thing about it, if you got a good rebuilder doing it, they're checking everything as they pull it apart and put it back together again. If there's a wire that's getting worn or something, they should find it. And, it's nice, especially if you bought it used. You don't know what somebody else has done to it. This guy did some weird wiring on it and such, and so we had to kind of straighten some of that out. And that's annoying, but it does get you familiar with the truck, that's for sure. For a long-term solution, yeah, it could be. I'm not sure. Let's say we haven't done too much cold weather. I mean, really cold weather in the Bago. I've been in sub-freezing, and it wasn't a problem the way it is. I like those side windows. You just stuff a pillow in each one of the little cubbies there, and that seemed to work pretty well. But we shall see. Um, it's going to be an adventure. Yeah, that's what I try and do when everything is, whenever I've got something that needs to be fixed, I just try and do it right. But to completely rewire a whole truck would be pretty rough, especially as the factory connectors and wiring is built so well. It's hard to put replacement in unless you're soldering your joints and using shrink tubing and things like that to do a better job. I'm in a trailer in Wisconsin. I just had to open the door. The burner got it up to 98. Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what happens when you put too much wood in there. You got your damper too wide. Yeah, well, that's better than mine gets. Winging it. I'm using the small block 400, and I get about 7.2, 7.3 on the flat, pulling the big 7,000-pound trailer. Less than 6 going uphill.
I wish you were here too, Goldstream. I'm sure you could handle the wiring.
Yeah, it really doesn't need a whole lot at this point. When I first got it, it was pretty bad. I also I'd like to put in a new gauge package. It doesn't have a functional speedometer because the speedo cable was making noise and the needle was going up and down. It just drove Eva crazy, so I just pulled the cable out. That's okay. I can tell how fast I'm going by watching the lines on the road. And I'm sure there are, Chris. As I say, I'm busy doing stuff, and it's not wrenching is not my favorite job. I don't like wrenching on cars. I'm not exactly sure why. It's psychological. I can do it. I don't like doing it, but I can certainly do it. And yeah, Goldstream, I like the look of it too. The particular utility bed I got is kind of old and beat up and not really classy looking, but the truck itself, yeah, I like the look of that truck.
Bugs is a good looking boy.
No, the lines on the road look like lines at the speed I go. As a matter of fact, the tune I use is, I think, When Johnny Comes Marching Home Again. And as they're coming past, should be and that's 55. And so that's how I did it. Back in, gosh, the 70s, I think it was. I had a car that didn't have a speedometer, and the speed limit was 55, so I had to learn what tempo the lines were at 55 miles an hour, and it works pretty good. If it's coming at you too fast where you can't, you're doing about 61, 62. If it's going fast, so you can't really do that tune. It starts overrunning you. Now you're about 65.
We can't get up to 65 when we're towing anyway.
Yeah, we certainly can't get that speed towing. Not the big trailer. Hi, Steve. How's it going? I never did like wrenching on cars that much, but I think they're all pretty much standard now, Chris, in terms of the line spacing. Seems to be. But yeah, I said it was just never one of the things I like to do was wrench on cars. And back when I was a teenager, you had to wrench on your car, And oh, good, Steve. How did things come back? Decent? So, say it is handy to be able to wrench when needed, and I've got the tools on board with me. Okay, winging it. Looking at all the stuff here. Yeah, winging it. I don't work on cars for fun that much. Now, when I'm putting the dashboard in, that might be, if I'm redoing something and making it uh, nice, um, you know, that's not bad. Let's see. So, a third of an ounce per ton silver. That's not very good grade. You're only looking, what is it now? $8 a ton. For underground, you're not going to be able to make money. For a dump, you might if you can crush it and concentrate it cheap enough. I agree, Chris. It's also not intuitively obvious what the hell is wrong with the stupid things in many cases. I agree with Chris, Steve. And say $8 a ton. You could open pit heap leach that if it was gold. I'm not even sure if you could make money on silver at that. Gold was very low. How low is very low? Because a lower concentration at 50 times the value might be more valuable. What about mica? Mica is not terribly valuable to my knowledge anymore. They used to use it a lot in vacuum tubes, but it was really good quality sheet mica, not just stuff you normally find in rock. But unless it's specimen grade or something like that, I really don't know of much demand for mica nowadays. How about you, Chris? Anything for mica? Yeah, Goldstream. It's good to know how to wrench. It doesn't mean you have to like it. Eva has unbounding faith in my ability to fabricable some solution back to civilization.
Of course. Bear can build anything. We all know this.
But that's what I'm thinking, Chris. It's got to be big sheet mica in good quality. But kids nowadays, they don't have to wrench on cars, and it's awfully hard to wrench on them anymore. And so they don't even know how in many cases. Youngsters are so ignorant of so many things that we knew because we did them. Like mechanicking and going out in reality, there's not the experience with the real world that the youngsters get that we do. They're on their computers and smartphones and all this other stuff, and they're in town doing this, that, and the other, and they're not in touch with the forces of nature very much. And so I think it's a detriment because they don't understand that there's laws of reality. And I'm thinking that makes them less functional in terms of dealing with reality. I'm not aware of mica in paint per se, Steve. Well, winging it, it's a lot simpler to wrench than it is to find gold, because finding gold has a lot to do with luck and just keeping at it until the luck turns in your favor. Yeah, first I agree. A lot of these kids, they could die easily from simple stuff because they just have no idea how fast cold or heat or dehydration can get them. And yeah, it's just, I think it's sad. It also, it seems to me that the young folks have this philosophy is that things are a matter of opinion instead of matters of fact, when certain things are matters of fact, you know, and nature doesn't care what your opinion is. She will kill you. She will put the hurt to you without any mercy whatsoever if you want to just be stupid, you know? I have a 10 millimeter socket and a 10 millimeter wrench. Ha ha ha. Matter of fact, I've got a deep 10 millimeter socket and a standard 10 millimeter socket. Not sure, Jimmy. Maybe he'll say real quick. Yeah, I would not be surprised, smoking. Uh, I talked to a guy one time, said, I promised to, teach my neighbor's 15-year-old how to drive. And he said, it wasn't 5 minutes before I realized this kid did not know it was not a video game. That must have been scary. Actually, winging it, now it's almost anything. I mean, I've been known to, like, put down a 2-pound sledgehammer and can't find it. It's very, very annoying. Um, it just, it's amazing sometimes what I can't find that I just had. By the way, if you have a surveillance camera, that can be very helpful in these situations. I used to have one at one house, and it was really nice. When I just couldn't find that tool, I just go back and replay the tape. And that was that was pretty useful at times, honestly. So it's like, where did I put the fill in the blank? You just rewind. Oh, there it is in my hand. There it is in my hand. There it is. Oh, there it's not in my hand. Oh, okay, that's right. Now I remember where it was. Yep. I don't know if I've had it in my hand. Certainly in my pocket. Yeah, smoking it. It really worked well. If it's like a shop or something like that, just put a little surveillance camera up there. What the hell? Uh, so that was amazingly useful. I did. It was there for security purposes, but it literally got used more for finding tools than it did for security reasons. Uh, Again, I usually don't have them in my hand. I think I've had that happen once or twice, but in my pocket or on the workbench oh yeah, it gets annoying, very annoying. Oh, so that's when I got the tools for the Bago. I tried to get them in sets that have racks, so you can see where if you're missing anything, for that very reason. Yeah, Poker Face, I'm not disagreeing with you there. They may get a rude awakening on a lot of things. The problem is, will it do any good? You know? Huh. So you did a lot of interesting stuff smoking, huh? And the other thing with tools, there's certain tools like the 10 millimeter that when you buy a new tool set, you definitely take the one out of the old tool set and throw it in there too, because you know you're going to misplace it sometime. Worked in every state but Alaska. You said you were up on towers and the bottom of the ocean, so you're a diver and a electrician and stuff. Were you doing electrical diving, or was it structural, welding or things like that? And if you did a lot of diving, I'm guessing the compression, decompression is what took the toll on you. I agree, Goldstream. Me too. Yeah, I like to keep spares of this, that, and the other, along with the bunch in the rack where I can see where I forgot one. Oh. Dearie me. It's been a long month. I've worked essentially every day, although 3 of those were just packing. But yeah, I don't think there's been a day I haven't worked at least 10 hours this month. Salvage diving and train electronics, phone, microwave. Yeah. Yeah, those are some tough jobs. They're also ones that are pretty unforgiving, you know. As we had a saying in the mining industry, blasters do not learn by their mistakes. Yeah, I say diving and the tower work, you don't get too many mistakes. That's for sure. Chris, that's because you're weird. That's okay. We like you weird. It sure looks crazy to see those guys that helicopter onto the high tension lines. That just looks bizarre. I wonder what that feels like to be surrounded by that much electricity. It looks pretty amazing. I've been occasionally shocked too, but not too seriously. Oh. Let's see. Anyone got another mining question or anything? Oh, and I don't know if you're still out there, Coulter. If you are, make sure you don't send me anything until I'm up in Helena, bedded down. Well, good for being tough there, Smoking. Sorry that you had to be. Yeah, life will smack you upside the head for no good reason. Yeah, Goldstream. The thing is, I'm afraid of heights. So the rope work vertical, I don't like that much. Now, just declines, not a problem, because I'm basically just standing on something. Even 70s degree decline, not too bad. You go to vertical, yeah, not so much. And diving, my problem is whenever I get water up my nose or something, I have trouble choking, etc. So I gave up diving for that reason. It's like I just couldn't control the reflexes when I got water in the wrong place. Hey, first diving instructor, huh? Cool. I say I've learned scuba diving, but I deliberately did not. Um, I think I qualified, but I didn't take my certification because I didn't think I was safe. Salt water up my nose, and I am choking and having trouble getting back to surface. I just didn't think it was a bright idea. I've done a lot of skin diving in freshwater, and I enjoy that. But you're never too far from the surface that way. I don't know how my body would handle it now, Chris. I never could hold my breath real long. My brother was pretty good with his breath, but not me. My brother physiologically was always better than me at just about everything physical. I was better academically. He was better physiologically. Faster reflexes, bigger, stronger, all that kind of stuff. Now, as we're getting older, I'm probably in a little bit better shape than him in some ways. He's gained some weight, etc. Oh, you're right about that, Smoking. Mother Nature knows no mercy. 70-degree decline is not vertical. You need a rope, well, unless you're really good, but it's not vertical. You're not literally hanging in thin air, and I've done that more than once. Yeah, Chris, if you can't reach the air, you can't breathe. That's how it works. Tuolumne River, that must have been pretty cold, Chris. What was the water temperature, for God's sakes? 40 degrees? I suppose maybe once it's down, well into the foothills, it might not be too bad. But that's a pretty high elevation river where I know it. I have been up to Tuolumne Meadows. Been through Yosemite a number of times. Very pretty up there. Very pretty. Way too many people in the valley, and the facilities really need to be upgraded, especially the restrooms at Bridal Veil Falls. That's just a national disgrace last I was there. Yeah. Well, the other thing, Gold Streams, a lot of times you're not dredging in water deep enough to require anything more than a snorkel, too. Depends on what you're doing. Yeah, I would say Smoking. Lake Michigan ain't no fun. Mid-60s? Well, that's not bad, Chris. Oh, poor little kitty cat's getting petted here. That's okay, Kevin. Not a problem. Come here. Come on, Pixel. You can do it. Yeah, I know. If you want to get petted, come on up here. Stupid cats. Okay, so it says, so what about a lot of magnetite/iron? Magnetic separation works as long as the magnetics are in fact not mechanically attached to the valuable minerals. One thing you have to watch out for is dampness. You can do a wet magnetic separation where basically the slurry is running in a flow of liquid underneath the magnet. to where it's being sucked up and the separation is all done in the water, you can do a dry magnetic separation. But you're not going to do a very good damp magnetic separation, you know. By the way, Mining Magnets has some interesting separation tools he's working on. Coulter's his roly-poly. I thought that looked really cool in operation. Really cool. Aries, I usually go to old mines. They're not usually lost, or I wouldn't find them, but they're usually old mines. And my usual prospecting technique is to have somebody who has an old mine ask me to come take a look at it for them. And that, keeps me pretty darn busy. It's also, I get paid in many cases to go look at stuff. Otherwise, I couldn't afford to. And that allows Eva and I to spend a lot more time on the road than we would otherwise. And that's very positive. We like being on the road. And sometime we're going to get down there to watch a Starship launch. I think I'd love to watch a Starship landing too. That test they had, that looked really cool. I hope the theory works out well in terms of orbital re-entry, because the test looks so cool. See that thing just falling down and go whoop, and that looks pretty cool. I would love to see that in person. And someday, even I would like to be sitting on top of the Minor Bago and watch a launch and a landing. And from the sounds of things, they're going to be doing them so frequently that you could probably do that both in a day without too much trouble. Yeah, Aries, I don't know how well their system is working right now. They're using the big carrier aircraft, I believe. And I know their first test launch didn't work too well of the orbital rocket, but they think they found out what went wrong and, can fix it easily or whatever. But it's also not going to be the same when it's, a plane 8 miles up is where the launch is going, as opposed to actually right there on a pad. It won't be quite as tourist engaging. Yes, Kevin, I did some stuff in Oregon for Richard a couple of years ago. He's got an old mine over there, and we did some exploration. At the time, we didn't find any substantial high-grade deposits, although I know he's done some work on it since then, and was planning on doing some other things, with it. But I haven't heard anything where he's found anything spectacular. On the other hand, if he does, he's going to need something that'll extract the gold from the ore properly, and that's what I'm working with. No matter where I find the solution will be applicable to many other places. And yeah, that was arsenopyrite, Chris. Goldstream, that's an interesting point. Eva has some concerns about Starlink in terms of putting a lot of power in the hands of one company. But also the question is, and I forget what the name of the situation is, that movie Gravity was based on the concept. But once you have enough pieces of hardware in orbit, if you get a collision, then the pieces are going to hit other pieces, creating more pieces, and you literally get a chain reaction sort of thing. And the question is, what is the density of satellites that creates a self-sustaining chain reaction. Because if we exceed that value, and Starlink is fairly close to the Earth's surface, so they would decay pretty rapidly. But pieces might go flying up higher. You know, collisions tend to, spray. And I don't know at what point it becomes a really bad idea. I know that at some point it will, but I have no professional opinion on where that is. Yes, it was an arsenopyrite ore, Chris, according to historical records. I trust Musk more than Bezos too, but I don't know as I trust Musk to be accurate on something like this. He ought to, we need to double check. And
I do not trust Musk. I do not trust Starlink. Starlink is Skynet. That shit gotta go.
Yeah, say Eva's got a strong intuition. It's a bad idea. Don't know.
It's a really bad idea.
I say I don't have I don't have an opinion on it. But I like Musk more than Bezos as a person. I know Gulfstream. I just don't know what the calculations would show. And again, they may be well within what you might call, very good safety margins, or they might not. I really don't know. And you may be right, Chris. I just don't know. Well, you can call for help in a way anyhow nowadays, but
it's a bad idea.
I mean, they do have sat phones, but yes, I understand the convenience, but convenience and security are often diametrically opposed. So I just don't know. Well, winging it, the mining in space thing would mainly be for building stuff in space, I think. To mine it and then bring it down to the Earth's surface. The bringing it down to the Earth's surface would be quite expensive. But if you needed materials in space, then it's probably a lot cheaper to get them in space and than to haul them up from Earth. Somebody recently was doing a thing on Starship. There's star everything here, and they were saying that if things work out as planned, and the actual numbers come in the way they think, that you could have a tourist trip around the moon for $20,000. You can get into a Starship, launch, fly around the moon, come back, land for 20 grand. Now that just beats the crap out of Virgin Galactic, where you get a suborbital flight for $100,000 or something. And so that would be really cool. Tell you what, if they're ever doing that and I got the money and even I can handle it, yeah, we're going to go. Yeah, Goldstream, you should have a sat phone, but you can always get a G-Perb for emergencies. At least you can call for help. I really don't know, Chris. Again, it's beyond my knowledge base, and I don't want to take the time to learn, but it's something that I know needs to be looked at carefully and critically by people who do have the knowledge to do those calculations and make sure we have a good safety factor built in there. Now, Kevin, what do you mean by satellite mining? Do you mean recovering old satellites and reutilizing the materials in them? Or are you talking mining natural satellites, moons and asteroids and stuff?
Collecting space junk would be valuable.
That'd be cool first. He's going to be doing online drone flights where we can watch on YouTube.
Collecting space junk would be valuable.
Yeah, well,
Space junk is very expensive and it's got a lot of precious metals and shit.
yeah, the space junk. The other thing is you're cleaning up the mess so that you're making it safer up there. You'd probably have to use like solar powered ion thrusters to make it work, I would think. But if you could collect old satellites and take them to a processing facility, that might work out pretty well. The other thing is mine stuff on the moon and just fire it into orbit with an electromagnetic catapult. I read an article a long time ago where a suitable catapult was only going to be like 30 feet long. I forgot what it did, but it was like 100 G's acceleration or something. But you could reach escape velocity from the moon with a 30-foot catapult. And I believe they'd already done tests on a 10-foot long scale model that worked. So it's proven technology.
The Iranians have threatened to kill Trump, by the way. So you know.
Oh, the Iranians have threatened to kill our president.
Rouhani declares that Trump will be dead in a few days.
Of
course, we all know if he loses the election, he's going to be dead anyway.
Well, smoking, that's up to you. Okay, Kevin. Yeah, e-waste can work pretty well. Oh. You've had fun demolishing old electronics when we were in New York. That was kind of fun.
I would love to do that again. I like e-waste.
Winging It says, space is a vacuum. It sucks up all vast amounts of money.
True.
Yeah, although, you know, Musk is kind of plugging the vacuum cleaner there.
Don't trust Musk. Of all the billionaires, by the way, of all the richest of the rich in the world, Musk made the most money during the pandemic.
Huh.
Like twice as much money as, he went from like 26.
Yeah, but what did he make it on?
Don't know.
Well, I don't know either, but I mean, if he made it on SpaceX, that's not exactly has anything to do with the pandemic. Yes, Chris, I still use a flip phone also. I'll show you mine if you'll show me yours. But it's an interesting time we live in when it comes to space and stuff. Let even know there's another meteor shower early Sunday morning to the northwest. Okay, so right over the city, right over downtown, basically. Yeah, that's one of our issues here. Is, I mean, we're right in the city, so it's hard to see things. The last meteor shower, I couldn't see anything. My eyes are not good at night. I had radial keratotomy years ago, and so I see multiple images at night. If you have like a point source, like a star, I'll see like 6 little points close together. So it makes it really hard to do visual astronomy anymore, which kind of sucks because I love the night sky. But when it comes to meteor showers, if we're looking, wait a minute, you said northwest? Okay, that's away from town. Might be able to see that. So over A Mountain, little one. That's Saturday, no, early Sunday. Before you go to bed Sunday, you can look over A Mountain there and watch for meteors if you wish.
Okay.
But
I'm looking forward to getting back up to Montana where you can actually see something in the night sky. That was one of the best
things about it.
Yes.
It was nice
Being
camping.
out there in the middle of nowhere, and the Milky Way was so bright it cast shadows. Star shadows are like even cooler than moon shadows.
Yeah, it was nice out there. I like camping too. I suspect it wouldn't be nearly as pleasant right now as it was in August. uh, you want to take over a little bit, little one? I need another geyser break here. Oh.
Okay. Oh, and apparently the mayor of DC has decided to do shit.
Oh, about what? Oh, really?
Not confirmed yet because the world is a huge rumor mill.
That'll be interesting.
Hi, everybody.
And if that's true, she doesn't realize we certainly can.
Well, I have the smartphone in the house around here. Bear has the flip phone. I also have a Kindle Fire, which is kind of cool, that I haven't learned how to use really well yet. You know, I can read books on it and stuff, but I don't know what else it can do. So we do have some tech around here. But Bear will be back shortly. I agree, Chris. I have taken some good pictures with my smartphone, but they're not up to what you can get with a camera. Of course, my idea of a camera is a Pentax K1000 with film, you know. And it's getting hard to develop them. Well, smoking, when you get to be my age, a good man who's single is hard to find. So when I actually ran into a good man who was single, you know, I just had to hunt him down and trap him because I am 55. He's 64. So he is an old coot. I am almost an old coot. You're welcome, Alan. Bear works really hard on his videos. He's trying to get more. Oh, cool, Chris. Bear is back. Smoking was flattering me again and asking me what I was doing with an old geezer like you. I told him, when you get to be my age, good men are hard to find. So I hunted you down and trapped you.
Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna do some. You're welcome, Alan. I presume that's how you pronounce it.
That's how I pronounced it.
Smoking thinks you're 45.
Yeah, I told him I ain't. I'm 55.
Yeah.
Smoking obviously needs glasses. I mean, that's just a given. Anybody that thinks I'm only 45 needs glasses.
Oh, well, it was kind of a fortuitous accident that we met. And then we kind of got shoved together by circumstances, and we've stayed together ever since. Wall Street. So, anyhow, let's see. There was something I was thinking about. Oh, well. Thank you, Smoking. I appreciate that. I think it comes a lot from mutual respect. I don't think so. I don't think she hunted me down. But she trapped me with her feminine wiles, certainly.
Oh yeah, I'm wily, totally wily.
Oh, oh my goodness. Oh, it's hard to believe we're going to be on the road again here in a couple of days. Uh, it should be fun. At least we're not in a rush. Usually, when we're on the road, we're kind of rolling from point A to point B, and we got a time to show up. This is the first time we're actually really going to try and dawdle because departure time is set up by one consideration, and the arrival time is, when the accommodations will be available. I mean, the difference
will you look
is
at that?
7 or 8 days.
A new
For
clear,
a 3-day
comfy,
trip.
sociable mask with anti-fog arrives in the United States.
Wow.
We're blessed.
But now, it doesn't seem to me that that seal's worth a crap. So exactly what does that mask do?
Nothing. None of them do anything. We all know this.
I know, but I mean, in this case, it looks like nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so you're wearing a piece of clear plastic on your face. It's not permeable, therefore it has to have giant gaps in it so you can breathe.
Yeah, the bottom's open. It's basically
Yeah.
a fancy shaped face shield.
Yeah, it's a
That
face
is
shield
supposedly fog-
from the eyes down.
Well, whoop-de frickin' do. That's going to do a lot of good. Man. Well, I haven't had a chance smoking to really check it out under the kind of loads it's going to have to pull. Once I've gone up the first couple of grades, watched the temperatures, things like that, then I'll have assuming everything goes well, then I'll feel much more comfortable. But driving around town is not the same as pulling a 7,000-pound trailer up a 9-mile grade, you know? So, we're just, we'll find out when we go. If there's something, we'll just deal with it. I don't have time for a quick trip. And by the way, once we're at Flagstaff, all the tough stuff's behind us. No sense coming back. Yeah, I'm just wondering where I'd plug the welder in. One thing I was looking at today was I was looking for and you guys might help me in terms of suggestions, about a 2,000 watt welder with a single circuit. Now I saw one from Champion that looked pretty good. A little expensive compared to some of the other stuff. It was a suitcase generator, about 40 pounds, and a duplex outlet with a 20 amp breaker. Now that would handle the Hilti, that would handle a lot of stuff. And that would be great, especially like on a trip like this in the winter with all the fuel we're carrying. If we're stuck somewhere, we could just run the generator to run the heater, an electric heater, because we have an electric heater with us in the minor Bago. And so that would be nice. But to plug in the welder, we'd need a lot more than that. Everlaster Honda, that's fine. You want to give me one? Chris, money is an issue. Yeah, 20 amps would run a small MIG welder. Exactly. But what I specifically brought the stick welder for was for hard facing and such. Yeah, I mean, but a Honda 2200 is what, 900, $1,000, Chris? So this was, I think it was about 430. I'm sure it's a similar thing, although a lot of these generators have a split circuit. I don't know why they do that, but like you'll have a 3,000 watt generator with two 13.5 amp circuits, neither one of which will run what I need. You know, Chris, buy once, can't make the trip, no money. So, I mean, I have to live within the constraints that I have to live within. And I agree. If I had the money, Honda's great. Yes, absolutely. Very good quality, quiet, you know, and that's the sort of thing. And that's interesting, winging it. I never heard of that one before, but it would make sense. Winging it says his dad used to stick weld with two alternators running off the truck engine.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
can be done.
that would make sense. Although
That
nowadays they got those stupid,
That
you know,
can be done.
180
My
amp
uncles-
alternators
my
and
uncles used
stuff.
to do weird shit like that now and then.
Used mark, it could be Chris, but I don't have time. I got a couple days. That's it. So I'm just, the plan is, you know, we're going to be on major roads, not a huge risk issue. And I mean, we got 0-degree sleeping bags. We're in an insulated camper. We'd have to run sub-zero temperatures for sure before we were in any serious issues. So I'm not terribly worried. It would just be nice. And it would also be nice when we needed to use the Hilti somewhere where I have a generator that isn't so heavy. That 3,000 watt Champion weighs like 110 pounds. That's a lot. Pull the regulator and battery cables, and you get 30 volts at 120 amps on a decent GM alternator. Interesting. When you say regulator and battery cables, I presume you mean that little 2-wire clip and then just the regular, you know, circuit to charge sort of thing. Actually have a couple extra alternators for reasons I've actually wound up with a couple of them. But that's I was just thinking that it would be nice to have an alternative source of heat just for security. I'm a belt and suspenders kind of guy.
We've got an electric heater somewhere, don't we?
Yeah, it's in the Bago right now, little one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just there's no way to power it unless we're next to somebody's outlet. Say it would be nice to have a generator, but I don't have a generator with us this time. Little Yamaha, huh? Well, that's a possibility. Because let's see, Yamaha 2,000 watt generator. Let's see what we come up with here. Air power Honda. Yeah, Honda 2200 is $1,100. Here's a Yamaha 2,000 watt inverter generator, gas powered. Now that's even less than the Champion. Let's see, $399.99. That's less. Details. Where's the details? Full description. There we go. 2,000 watts, 1,600 watts of running power. Little light, 46 pounds. That's a little heavier. You're using clean power. With 2 parallel cable, 2 generators can link. Yes, I know that. Now the question is, what is the maximum amperage? It doesn't say. See details. It'd be nice if they had just good specifications somewhere, you know, like this many amps, you know? Oh my God. Why is it this hard to, I mean, the simple specifications, how many amps per circuit and how many volts? And I don't see it. 42 decibel, 52 decibels. Okay. Doesn't really tell me that much in terms of that. Let's go with a 2500. Let's see, here's a 2200. Let's try that. Westinghouse, Generac, Honda, DeWalt. I don't know, guys. Does anyone here know? I'll say what I need is at least 16 or 17 amps at 110 volts to power that. What do you call it? The Hilti. 2200. Click for more information. It is nice being able to plug them together to get them in parallel. Rugged design, quiet technology, 55 pounds, RV camper in mind. Standard RV outlet is a standard plug. Okay. Tri-handle design to long runtime, integrated and inventive power overload, fuel gauge, blah, 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 tri-handle dial knob, smart throttle, DC outlet, overload reset, restore power without shutting down the, see, this is the thing that gets frustrating. It's like the one thing you need to know about something is how many amps at how many volts. And it doesn't, you know, two circuits can have the same wattage, but half the amperage. There's the price because you're looking at inverter generators. I want something compact. It wouldn't say, Chris, that's the thing. It said it had a 30 amp plug so that your RV can plug in okay. That doesn't mean it's going to actually, you know, run.
What are you looking at?
A Yamaha 2000 or 2200 watt generator. Yeah, 2000 watts would give you about 16 amps. I probably want about a 2500 watt unit because I don't want to be running it at full power. You know?
Surge watts, 2000 watts, running watts, 1600 watts.
I know, but that can be 1600 watts over 12 circuits at 5 amps
Rated
each or
AC
something.
current 13/16.7 amps.
13-16.7 amps. Okay.
13/.
Yeah.
This is the one right here that I'm looking at, the Yamaha EF2000S inverter.
Okay. Where's the thing that you're looking at here? Or you said that? Amps.
I'll probably have to go back to the page a lot. No. Yeah.
Yeah.
1600 watts. DC output 8 amps at 12 volts.
No. No. I'm curious about.
I'll go back to where I was then.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got here?
Generator type, inverter generator, surge watts, running watts, rated AC current, 16.7 amps.
Okay, between 13. Let's see. It's at running watts is 1600. That'd be the 13 amps, and the peak would be the 16.7. Try it 2200 and see what it looks like. See, that's the sort of thing, it should just be there routinely.
Maximum AC output 2200 rated AC output, 1800 rated and maximum AC current, 15 and 18.3 amps at 120 volts.
Yeah, Goldstream, I tend to agree with you. Try 2500 watt little one and see what you find. I like to, I don't like to run it real high on the, you know.
2500 watt, no, that's the 2200.
And the,
They've got 2500. Well, it's called the 2800,
yeah,
and it's been discontinued.
yeah, and it's on a frame and stuff.
I mean,
What was the weight?
what the weight was on that one was discontinued.
Yeah, let's see if you can see the weight. Oh well.
Let's see. It was
How much?
rated amps.
21 amps. See, that would be good.
Weight 66 pounds.
66 pounds. Well, that wouldn't be too bad.
Well, that little 2000
How much
one,
was the price on that one?
1529
$1,529?
at Lowe's.
Yeah.
That's a little much. $1,500. I can get a Honda for cheaper than that. Well, the one thing that's there's two things that I'd like to be able to run smoking. Number one is a 110 volt room heater, but of course that can be run as low as 850 watts. I mean, inside the minor Baco, you don't need a lot of heat. So that would be nice. But the other thing is the Hilti takes like a full 15 amps to push that demolition hammer. And so I'd like to have a generator that can handle that Hilti and without wearing out the generator and without shorting the Hilti on power. So I need something that can comfortably deliver 15, 16 amps at 110 volts. And say that probably the minimum would be 2200 and probably 2500. I agree with Gulfstream. That means your generator is only running at like 60 to 70% of rated capacity, so it shouldn't wear out too fast.
Is a Generac
Yeah.
at Lowe's for $549.
Yeah. Generac. Yeah, I'm sure it's a Chinese build. Yeah.
Running watt range up to 3000, running watt 1700.
It's the amps. Because again, they got this stupid thing in some of these where they will have dual circuits. You know, it's like, why would you do that?
No, that's what I'm looking at right now is to see.
Yeah,
Lighting, camping, and emergency blackout type.
an inverter has usages, but if you're running a big V8 engine and just to run the alternator, and then the alternator is running through an inverter, and then that's powering a heater, you're burning a lot of fuel just to heat the Bago, so to speak.
This person says they ran a TV with DirecTV and a kegerator at 36 degrees Fahrenheit for about an hour.
Yeah, no, I need to run 15 amps continuous for hours and hours. So probably, again, 2500 is probably a reasonable
This
wattage.
has a duplex 20 amp receptacle, not 15.
Okay. There you go. It's got a 20 amp breaker. That's good.
Yeah, it even has a USB port. Specs say it weighs 48 pounds dry, but my scale said with oil.
And how much?
This guy's an RV owner.
Yeah, so how much is it?
This was the $500 and something.
Yeah, 500 and something. Generac.
Generac at Lowe's, $549.
Yeah, I don't know who makes the Generac little ones nowadays. It could very easily be Chinese. Propane for heat is so cheap. Yes, I have a propane stove I can put in the back of the Bago, and I can run it. and it'll burn up the oxygen in there if we're sealed up pretty tight. Um, I've got the room to where I could theoretically install an RV type furnace, and in the future that's in the plans. I can also put in a 4 cubic foot refrigerator, and in the future that's in the
And
plans.
this person ran,
Doesn't matter. I got the specs, little one.
okay.
So that the key thing is that single 20 amp outlet, as opposed to, I forget what the brand was. I got it Lowe's or Home Depot. I forget what it was.
I think it was a Predator and we got it at
No.
home, right?
No, it wasn't a Predator, not the one I'm talking about. Yes, there was one like that too, but there was another one that's sitting over there. Well, it was sitting over there by Gonzo's motorcycle. And we bought it, and I took it out there to go mining with it, and it had two 13.5 amp breakers on it. And I'm like, what the hell? You know?
Well, that guy whose review I showed you,
Mm-hmm.
he runs an RV. So
Yeah.
that's what he was looking for, was something with the.
I mean, the Bago is so small in terms of volume of air to heat. I could theoretically take just a piece of copper tubing, appropriately heat shield it and stuff, and run it in one wall and out the other through a corner there, and just take a propane torch basically and firing into that thing. I'd probably heat up the Bago just fine. But again, this whole situation came up suddenly, and money is tight. So, And besides that, the Big Buddy would work. Auto low oxygen shut off. Okay.
How about a Champion Ultralight for $479?
Yeah, that's the one I was looking at earlier, little one. Yeah.
Now here's a 2000.
Although I think mine was the one I saw was like $439. Yeah.
39 pounds.
One easy heat, use an S-bar heater. What the heck is an S-bar heater? I know what a Buddy is. That's a propane heater.
This one.
And even a little Buddy would be a lot more than I'd need in
This
that
one's
Bago.
got two covered 20 amp household outlets and a covered 12 volt DC automotive style outlet. 2,500 starting watts, 1850 running watts.
Just a minute, little one. What's the best way to empty a cement pond full of tailings? Is also used for recirculation. Well, when you're building the tailings pond, you could always build a flush system in it. Put a pipe down low, and then run a standpipe up. Or actually, it'd probably be best to use a hose, but bring it up, and then when you want to dump it, you can, just flush it out. I mean, if you just want to move the stuff out and you've got plenty of water, there's, who was it? Gold Hog makes I think it's called the Hydroforce nozzle, specifically for things like beach mining. And the whole purpose is to have something that you can have a pump in the water over there that's driving your Venturi nozzle basically and dredging the material out. External fired hot water heat, not a bad idea, Chris.
This one here, Bear.
Ranch mechanic, empty it and put in a belt. Okay, that's not too bad. You could also use an auger. Engine heater runs by itself day and it runs engine coolant, but you just run it through a heater core and a fan inside the minor Bago. Hey, winging it, I don't know where you're at. We might go for that sometime. Let's see. S-bar is a diesel engine heater. Runs by fuel. runs by itself day in, day out. Engine coolant through it. You just run it through a heater core with a fan. Yeah, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. S-bar. You want to look up S-bar heater, little one? ESPAR.
Yeah, expensive.
Vegas, huh? We'll have to see. Yeah, my daughter lives there, but this trip we're just
Aspar
rolling fast as
Aerotronic
we can.
E2 diesel heaters and shit are like $700. Here's a smaller one that's $299.79.
Kind of expensive. Not too bad.
That's
The
probably
coolant heater. See where it says coolant heater? Yeah, there you go. Man, yeah, they're pretty expensive.
No, the thing I was just looking at, the guy said he powered his whole RV with it, including a convection oven. That little.
Well, what?
I'll go back to this one here.
Yeah.
Looking at the reviews anyway.
Yeah, it says it's a Champion.
He says 17-foot casita travel trailer, and it powers all of my appliances, including a Polar Cub AC drawing 1K to 1.2K watts, an induction burner, and an 1800-watt Breville smart oven.
Yeah.
So that would definitely work for bugs.
Yeah. Let's say that's one of the options. That's the 2,500 watt Champion, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I think I saw one like 449 or something earlier today.
Well, we can look at Home Depot too. I mean,
Yeah, one has a pretty good generator. I don't know if I'd call it a spiral classifier as opposed to a sand screw, but yeah, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Yeah, it's a matter of generating the energy in the first place that I was trying to see what would be the easiest thing to do. That's what I'm saying. I have a 10-gallon propane tank on board. It wouldn't take much to use that for heat, but Chris's idea of using it to heat hot water and then run the water inside to a little radiator is not a bad idea. You know, that's apparently what that S-bar heater is essentially, is a little a burner and heat exchanger thing. I mean, if I had unlimited money, I could do all kinds of neat stuff. Oh, yeah, there's all kinds of interesting ways to do these things. Yeah, the trick is figuring out the most elegant one you can afford. Yeah, keep your coolant nice and hot. Keep your engine nice and warm. Yeah, that would work fine. Makes perfect sense. With a diesel powered truck, it would be easy to plumb in and stuff. An instant hot water heater for about $200 with enough output for your needs. What does it take to heat it? What electricity does it take? I mean, I've got 12-volt electricity and propane and gasoline. Those are the three, the two fuels that are readily available on the Bago. So, that's what I don't know about the instant hot water heater thing. I think the little buddy would probably be more than enough. I used I think a big buddy one time outside. Propane, okay.
Yeah, those little buddies are really popular among preppers.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of things you can do. I prefer not to have combustion going on inside the living chambers, simply because the oxygen level could drop due to the it's fairly tightly sealed.
Well, they sell the little buddy at Ace Hardware for $64.99.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know about that smoking either. So that's the negative about combustion inside the thing. I mean, I've got a propane stove that I can put inside there, and a shelf to put it on that can handle that. I could have my underground oxygen sensor set for an alarm, but it'd be nice not to have to worry about it.
It's got an oxygen depletion sensor on it there.
The little buddy or the big buddy?
The little buddy. I'm looking right at it right here.
Okay, apparently the little buddy also has an oxygen depletion sensor on it.
Well,
Hi, Mr. Lodak.
Hmm?
He just came back again.
My thought on it is this.
Mm-hmm.
This little buddy is very popular among preppers, and they use them in their vans and stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
And it has an oxygen depletion sensor. It's $65, and because of all the insulation, we would not need to necessarily leave it on while we were sleeping.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, depends on how long you sleep and how cold it is outside stuff. We'll find out on the way up there. The little buddy uses the standard propane cylinder fittings, the little portable propane cylinder fitting.
It says connects directly to 1 pound disposable cylinder, not included.
Okay, yeah.
And it runs 5.5 hours on one cylinder.
Yeah, so we could hook it up to the propane tank using the hose we have. That would adapt, no problem. And we got 10 gallons of propane. Okay, they use the little buddy in ice fishing shacks. That would make sense.
Well, preppers use them in their vans. A lot of van livers use them.
Yeah. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to get one. But yeah, I like the hot water for panning in too. So my stove can do that also. Oh. Yeah, it's just amazing all the different ways you can, skin a cat, so to speak. And I actually have designed in the Miner Bago, there's a hole in the side where you can open and slide, a hose or
They have them
extension cord, and it flows it fairly tight.
They have them in stock at the Ace on St. Mary's.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Moto Mining, how's it going? Yeah, Goldstream, it's not bad. For emergencies, I have it's a little barbecue grill, the little one. And don't worry, you wouldn't be using it inside, but you could make a fire outside, put rocks in the fire, put the barbecue inside, throw the rocks in the barbecue, and get the heat off of the rocks that way too. As an emergency, that's an issue. I mean, it's a backup system. It requires no outside stuff. You just have to be able to find wood. And that's kind of the emergency backup system for being out in the middle of nowhere. certainly if we were driving between point A and point B on a reasonably traveled road, we could only be stranded for a few days at most. So, yeah, I'm going to post this later, Clav. No problem. Always do. Yeah, the engine, I'm not sure exactly what we're going to do. Okay. The coolant heater thing sounds like a good idea. Can you filter it through a gravel bag? It's not going to filter it too thoroughly, but I mean, if you just set up some kind of a settling basin with an overflow, and then you can, pump it out into that, let the overflow come back in, kind of recirculate that overflow, and then that settling basin, you can just, one thing for the big tailing stuff, they just dump the tailings, and there's a guy with a, bulldozer or whatever. You just build up a berm around the edges and you keep building it up and just keep pouring the slurry in there. Be a little more complicated for what you're doing, but not too bad. Max nighttime low. Yeah, that's another possibility. Just pull a used one. How cold does it get where you're heading? Minus 30. We do not plan on being in the Bago when it's that cold. We will have a place to stay. We're not planning on camping. This is more emergency heat sort of situation because we have a very well insulated, very small volume camper, so just body heat itself will do a good job. And we have some 0-degree sleeping bags, a couple of comforters. We can insulate ourselves pretty well. I agree, Chris. That's a good idea. Well, thank you, BS, and hope things are going well over there in the Netherlands. And say, in terms of the cold weather, we're just assuming that we're going to be able to drive up there with nighttime lows in the 20s or so, teens, 20s. Between clothing, sleeping bags, comforters, insulated camper, small volume of air inside to keep warm. Not terribly worried. As I say, in the past, I've used the propane stove for, like you're getting up, turn the stove on. When you're in the sleeping bag, not a problem.
I just thought of something, Bear.
What?
The window on the door of Bugs
Yes.
is always cracked about that far.
That's because I've got it cracked about that far for a reason. I can non-crack it for a reason too, little one.
But I'm saying, even if we closed it, there's still going to be ventilation unless we put bubble wrap over it.
I was kind of planning on putting the bubble wrap over it. Yeah, that was the idea. You're looking to put bubble wrap over some of the windows and stuff as further insulation too. I would agree, Goldstream. I don't know what I'm going to get into up in Montana in the usual course of events. We'll, prep when we're up there, so to speak. And Ranch Mechanic, you could pump it into a second pond and then just pump the water off the top of it and then do it again the next time. You can also pump it into a pond because you don't want to destroy the lining in the pond you're working, but in a secondary pond, you can just have a trench or something where once you filled it up and pumped your water back in, you can just bulldoze it out or whatever too. I agree. Smoking. I say there's a variety of circumstances I'm taking into account. Number one is what we expect to be doing, which is driving in above zero temperatures from daytime lows in the teens to daytime highs in at maybe 40, and stopping at night in truck stops or rest areas, things like that. However, if there's a mechanical failure or something like that, if weather closed in or some emergency situation prevented us from traveling when there was extreme cold, we need to have a backup system so that we're not going to expire from the cold. Now, again, we have 0-degree bags. We're going to have 2 or 3 comforters, and it's a fairly small volume in that Bago. I can also put the little camp stove in there for pulse heating, so to speak. I mean, we got to get up, so turn the heater on for 5 minutes or so, and it'll warm the air temperature up.
Do you want a piece of summer sausage?
No, I do not, little one. Thank you. Plug in electric blanket over the engine when it got below -20. Could work, yeah. Yeah, I was talking to Prospector Trip today. He said it was snowing there in Idaho today. Do I explore or sample every quartz vein you find? No, I do not, because basically I don't stop like driving down the road or something. I'm always exploring areas where there's actually mines and such. Now, if there's a mine and I see what looks like a mineralized vein nearby, I will usually sample it. But smoking once your summer sausage, little one.
Mine.
Yeah, get up and start the engine every 4 hours. In an emergency, that would work. I don't see why not.
Give me the summer sausage. Oh, no, it's the summer sausage.
She's mine, smoking. You can't have her. Moto mining. Okay, Moto, it says micros so far. I guess you mean small. Now, in quartz veins, you're generally only going to find very small gold. My videos on how to pan microfine gold, video 99, the 2019 one is pretty. It's pretty close to the latest stuff I'm doing. You'll be able to see what about 1/3 of an ounce to the ton looks like in a pan with what I'm doing. Ugly quartz, depending on why it's ugly, it could be because it's heavily mineralized, and that is a good thing. Hey, Jason, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. And yeah, we're doing okay. I got a sore shoulder and stuff, but no big deal. Getting ready to head up to Montana if you haven't been paying attention. So in a couple of days, we'll be frolicking up there. It's all slate and quartz hard rock. Shaker table could work. Lots of black sands. Depending on the black sands, magnetic separation may work very well on that moto. How are you doing, Jason? You still in Florida, or are you headed for Central America yet? Oh my goodness. Waiting for another comment. Yeah, I think we'll probably just use the sleeping bags and the cook stove as the emergency burst heating method. In other words, we're just turn it on to warm the air up temporarily, like when we're getting up, changing clothes, things like that. I don't imagine we'd need it much, especially as we got a whole bunch of canned goods under the bed. So the thermal mass inside is actually pretty substantial. Plus, the bed itself, not only is the bed of the truck insulated, but then the bed is over the gap, so the mattress provides some insulation. And the cabinets on the walls provide a second layer of insulation from the walls themselves. So, well, pickers with quartz attached, that's pretty good, Moto. If you got pickers in there, that should be pretty easy to pulverize and extract. I mean, that's my thought. I mean, it's a standard propane cook stove. I've got the hose that hooks it up to the 10-gallon propane tank, and I've got a little hole. It's this big, but with a cover, so that once I stick the hose through, I can close the cover down. The cover's got a notch in it, so it seals pretty tightly. And then say I can use that for burst heating if I need, and we can just snuggle under the blankets and sleeping bags and stuff in an emergency. I don't anticipate any problem at all under normal circumstances. Let's say if it's only getting down into the teens with Eva and me and a couple of comforters, I think we'll be just fine. Because I've been in that sub-freezing temperatures just by myself. Two comforters, no problem.
To keep from losing heat out the tops of our heads.
Yeah, and we have, she's got a, like a Maine type hat with ear flaps and everything. And I've got a balaclava, which is good. That will keep you from losing heat.
And we got gloves.
Yeah. Make a gasoline powered blanket. Lars, sometimes I don't think you've thought things completely through, and or you don't like us very much.
What's wrong with a gasoline powered blanket?
I think it's thermal control. It's the thermostat issue would be rather significant, I think. I tend to overheat. I have never heard of what you're talking about, Adrian. Fascinating. And I also have an option. When I designed this thing, the floor of the mudroom is steel. It's diamond plate. And there's a removable section of exterior sheet metal covering of insulation. I can pull that sheet metal cover, I can pull that piece of insulation out there, and I can literally heat the floor because it's steel. So I could do that if needed. Yeah, sometimes my mind gets a little extreme, but say we're looking at potentially going up to Alaska, so I wanted to make sure there was plenty of ways to heat the trailer. But yeah, I mean, we could theoretically put the camp stove underneath that section of floor and just heat that little section of floor, and then that would, heat the room air above it. Sodium acetate in a Saturated solution is exothermic when it freezes. Wow.
Really?
Chris, you're amazing. Chris is as well read about technology as you are about history, little one. I feel so inadequate. Yeah, that's my basic plan. Smoking is figure out what's the worst that could happen and make sure you can survive that.
Prepare for the worst, hope and work hard for the best, and celebrate when your plans are adequate to the circumstances you face.
Yeah.
That's just very simple stuff.
But I mean, that's basically the way I like to do things. And that around that section of floor that is, designed to be used as a heating area, the bottoms of the walls do not have 1.5-inch styrofoam. They've got 2x4, so that I don't melt the insulation in them accidentally. It's certainly not going to get hot enough to ignite the 2x4s, but it might have gotten hot enough to melt the styrofoam. Adrian Nicken, huh? Reusable heating. That's amazing. Amazing indeed. There's always somebody comes up with some weird ass solution. And you go, how does that work? Sweet. But as I say, it's just, I really don't think there's going to be any major issue because we're going to be watching the weather ahead of us. And unless something extraordinary happens, like the car breaks down, we think that, we're just not going to be driving if the weather's ugly. Just that simple. No moto. I've never prospected in a place with glaciation. You can certainly have high bench deposits. And the only way to do is find out is sample it. I know it sounds repetitive, but yeah, that's the way it works. Sample. Kevin Old, I've got a dog. Yep. And by the way, did you know that's where Three Dog Night got their name? Because the Indians up there, the natives, had a saying, that when it's a cold night, you sleep with a dog. When it's a really cold night, you sleep with 2 dogs. And if it's a really, really cold night, you sleep with 3 dogs. So that's where they got the term Three Dog Night. Let's get the propane tank outside. Yeah. See, that's basically the kind of thing I'm thinking that would work okay. If we really needed heat badly and didn't have electricity. I mean, if we're someplace where we can just plug into an outlet, we can just run the electric heater. We have an electric room heater. The best way to get gold out of sulfides is generally by roasting them and then leaching them. Although when you roast them, quite often, you can get stuff that is easily recovered by gravity separation. But you can definitely leach it out. So you roast it, pulverize it, and then do a gravity separation and maybe a leach. You have some regular heat pack like Hot Hands. They're cheap. No, I don't have them. Right. I'd say it's not like we're going to be out in the weather. So just inside the sleeping bags and everything else, because just our body heat is going to keep the air temperature above freezing, I would think.
This is terrible.
What?
My iCloud account has been locked for security reasons. If I don't respond within 12 hours, my Apple account will be suspended.
Do you have one?
Of course not. I don't
didn't
own
think
any
so.
Apple appliances.
Yeah, just click the link and find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sample, sample, sample. Yep.
That is funny.
Moto, the only way to do is have it assayed. You can use my hand panning for microfine gold technique to see if there's some really fine stuff in there. But the only way to tell for sure is just have it assayed. And if you need a number of an assayer, I've got one here. Just let me know. I'll put it up on the screen. If you can do it, it all depends on the ore. That's the thing. Some you can get really good recoveries using gravity or flotation. Others you've got to leach. The only way is to test. There is no rule of thumb. I agree with Chris. Moto, send it off for assay. You'll want to blend it and split it some way to make sure you have a representative sample of your black sands. But yeah. Yeah, she figured that out, Lars. Yeah, Chris, that's a good idea too. If he's got a way of regrinding the black sands. Sounded to me like maybe he was mainly working placer, but if he's got a pulverization mill, that would be a good idea. Do you, Moto, do you have any kind of pulverization equipment? Little impact mill, something like that? Okay. Yeah, that makes it a little tougher. And Chris is right. You do want to let them know that it's concentrates so they know that they have to be careful to avoid contaminating the grinding line. Moto, have you tried using my technique for microfine gold or using a standard panning reveal? Cement mixer, if he's got big enough material, I mean, if he has enough, you could even use river cobbles for grinding media. You know, you don't have to have steel balls. Just good hard river cobbles will do a job. Okay, Lars is volunteering to crush it for you. Much better off going out and running fresh material rather than spending time trying to get the line. Yeah, so you just have to assay it and see is it spent enough or not. Cobble's usually a lot cheaper than ball bearings, though, Chris. Yeah. Especially, probably have to have like 1-inch ball bearings or something like that. Real small ones, I don't think would work well. Have you ever tried that, Chris? What's kind of your minimum operational size? Goodwill blender or coffee grinder.
That'll work.
It'll work for a while. Not a long while. But yeah, disposable. Chris is pretty innovative. Broke my coffee grinder trying. Yeah. Did a really good job till the blade let go. Yeah, I'll bet. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Mm. Yeah, you can usually just blend and split and send off for assay cheaper than all that though. If it won't assay, you're not worried about getting more liberation. Oh. Very sleepy. You'd also take a torch and heat the black sands up and then drop them in water. And not necessarily, Mo. It's worth checking. If it's rich enough, then you worry about recovering it. If it's not rich enough, then you're comfortable throwing it away. But you should always be in the habit of double checking to make sure you're not making a mistake. See, Chris agrees with me. Yeah, get it red hot and drop it in water.
By the way,
But
I took
trickle
one
in
of
water.
these-
Don't dump the whole thing in.
By the way, I took one of these this morning and I haven't had a reaction yet, so I just took another one.
Okay. Oh, gotta take my evening pills. If you heat the black sands very hot, like red hot, and then you drop them in water, they'll tend to shatter. It's not a high production or energy efficient method of pulverizing stuff, but it will work. How does the assay do it? Usually with a disc pulverizer. Because a disc pulverizer is a very controlled environment that's very easy to clean. You have a stationary disc and a rotating disc, and you put the ore in. There's a hole in the stationary disc in the back where it runs through into the middle. And as the rotating disc turns and they're pressed together, it pulverizes it and it falls out, and there's a catch tray. And then once you've done your sample, you open it up and blow it out with air, and it's easy to clean. Impact mills generally are kind of difficult to clean up and not very controlled. They tend to throw stuff all over. Yeah, there's always a point of diminishing returns where you just say that's as good as I can get reasonably. Most of these are supplements. There is one, was it Tamulosin for my heart?
Tamulosin for your prostate and metoprolol for your blood pressure.
Metoprolol. Okay. Uh,
A little confused if you can do it. What the where like in a pulverizer? And basically, a pulverizer is just something that takes rock and turns it from small pieces into dust. I am not familiar with bentonite. I know it's a clay. I believe it swells when it absorbs water, but that's all I know. I would test things on a small scale, ranch mechanic. Take a bucket. If you think something's going to help, put some in there, stir it up, and see what happens. It wears out reasonably quickly, but I mean, you're talking months probably of operation on a laboratory scale before you have to worry about it, and they're easily replaced. Yeah, the discs are designed to be easily replaceable. They're usually just cast pieces. Yeah, Moto, I agree with Chris. Doing a bit of systematic sampling, sending stuff off for assay, multi-element, all that makes sense. I've never seen carbide discs, although would they be solid carbide or just like a sintered carbide steel matrix, Chris? Not sure. Just to retain water better. That might work fine. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the things they do with bentonite is use it to seal stuff. Moto, are you seeing any gold in the black sands? You know, if you're not seeing any in there, I wouldn't worry too much about it because black sand's almost everywhere to a greater or lesser extent. I agree with Chris. There may be a correlation, there may be not. Solid carbide, huh? Those must be some expensive rascals. Must be tungsten carbide. Most of the other carbides would be too fragile. Well, Moto, fly poop means small. Trace amounts means not much. The question is, what technique are you using? If you're using a standard panning reveal, you're not going to see much fly poop no matter how much there is there. I think it was lesson 27 where I showed a guy how to do hand panning, and I showed the two different reveals with the exact same material in the exact same pan, and you could see it. You know, one showed it clearly, and the other was like, "What the heck? I don't see anything there." Good way to describe it, Goldstream. I agree. Lars, it would depend on what you're doing. In many cases, I would say no. If the gold is the right size and your black sands are the right size and everything, it may work out fine. But the throughput sucks. It's very labor intensive. See, Chris agrees. Certain cases it works fine. Most, not so much.
You know, I would agree with that. When I was up in Middle Fork of the Boise, they had a bunch of different people using a bunch of different methods to try and concentrate their dredge cons. And one was a Miller table, and that was pretty labor intensive. One of the ladies in camp was doing that while they were dredging, but it would take her hours to go through a day's dredge cons. The Gold Cube did a great job on that particular material of reconcentrating the dredge cons from a half a bucket to half a pan. Almost no losses. I'm going to have to take another break here for a minute, but you guys are having a good discussion there, so I'm just going to let it slide. And I'll be right back.
Enjoy talking, guys. I'm playing some games before I get back to what I was doing. I'm trying to clean out my email box because all of my games send me free coins all the time. And once every other day or so, I go clean out my email box.
Oh. By the way, the place where my shoulder hurts is right there when I do certain movements. Gold Cube doesn't usually do too well on hard rock gold. On some placer gold, I've seen it do very well indeed. Oh man, plotting global domination. Yeah, that's like work or something. Uh, oh. Don't let me bother you. You guys are doing good. It's a community. We're all just hanging around the coffee table here. Oh. I'm going to have to go to bed here fairly soon, although the conversation's being pretty productive right now. I've got a fairly long day ahead of me tomorrow. I got to go out there and pack up all the fireworks and the flags and all that other stuff. I got to take all the stuff off the tables. I mean, there's table covers and skirting and all that stuff, and roll it up and stuff it in trash bags. There's a lot of stuff I got to do.
And I'm going to be packing up around the house. And
Yeah. I don't know, Moto. I'm not sure on that one. Chris, do you know? I'm thinking not, but I'm not sure. Yeah, well, Goldstream, I'm coming up to a snowy, frozen hell too, but hopefully I'll have some other stuff to do, or maybe some interior testing.
you're so pessimistic.
Okay, see, Chris had the answer.
Chris always has the answer.
Not always, but pretty often. I would say that Chris has the answer substantially more often than I do. Although we tend to be knowledgeable about slightly different things. Goodness. Been out in the cold too much. Oh. Oh. Melatonin to help me sleep. Getting old, getting old. Thank you, Mr. Lodak. Oh, man. Oh. Should probably take some ibuprofen, too. Oh, come on. That's a good question, Adrian. I presume that both countries have maps that are readily observable by people from the other country. It's a lot like it's classified information, I would think. I don't think it's a matter of you can't see it. You just might not have as easy access to it. No, it's not due to arthritis. It's due to injury. And I'm not sure exactly what I did, but I know it started out working really hard, especially with a digging bar. It got sore, and then I fell down and jammed the crap out of it. And then about a week after that, I was carrying some fireworks and tripped and landed kind of bad. I twisted, so I landed on my right side, but I mean, I landed pretty hard. It was one of those whole body shock sort of things. My neck was sore. The sternum, where I had the surgery, it was sore. I mean, I landed hard. Just luckily not on the shoulder, only because I twisted away from it. You know, you'd think I would have learned to just not trip. Oh.
As my grandmother would say, you have to pick up your foolish feet.
Yep, that would have been a good idea. Oh, I'm hoping I can get everything on one pallet tomorrow.
I think you should be able to, actually.
Hey, Smoking, I'm going to be going to bed here pretty quick, too. So we shall see.
Little girl. What little girl?
That's a good question, Adrian. First of all, I'd look at old mining districts just to get started, because you're much more likely to find gold where it's been found in the past. Just checking some other stuff here, folks. Yep. Well, that'd be great, Goldstream. The only way you can really avoid a lot of red tape with leaching is to do it off-site in like an industrially zoned facility or something like that, which would mean probably concentrating first. Yep, there's no doubt good stuff out there, Moto. Well, it's not just that, but also there's stuff that wasn't visible then. You've had earth movements, landslides, all kinds of stuff that can expose stuff. Oh, the cat is just annoyed. Which one is that? That was
Adora.
Adora? Yeah.
Adora's over here wanting.
She just wants some attention.
I've been petting her, but she refuses to come up here. I tried to pick her up and she scooted off.
Yeah, well, that's her problem. I would agree, Goldstream. They were pretty good at finding stuff, and not as good at especially the tricky stuff, the real fine placer or the hard rock gold. Yep. Moto, they went for the profitable gold. It wasn't necessarily easy gold, but it was whatever they could make good money on. There's always somebody who wants to make money, and you don't generally leave a good spot for another spot. You have somebody run the good spot Well, you go find another one, or you run the good spot that's already making you money and send someone to go find something else. And so they usually wouldn't abandon something that was making them decent money, because you can just, you don't have to. You can have somebody else do it. In terms of going for the easy gold, yeah, because that's what they could process. And sometimes they did leave reasonably good stuff behind. Oh, oh dearie. Why not, Lars? I don't have a problem with it. The HOA might. Just to let everyone know, I will probably do a short live stream or something before we actually take off, but we are planning on taking off in just a few days here. Once we're on the road, it'll be a little while before we get into some good internet.
Well, we do have a hotspot on the phone that we can test out.
Well, sports, I have some experience. What exactly do you want to know? Did you hear me, sports? I do have some experience with the leasing situations, but I need a more specific question so that I can see if I can answer it for you. Generally, the royalties are going to be on what's known as net smelter return. You don't really want a royalty on profits or anything like that, because that's easily manipulated. The net smelter return is essentially the gross saleable metal that was from essentially when you shipped off concentrates to a smelter and they said, okay, here's how much metal we got out of it for you. But it basically just means the net recovered mineral. And the amount of mineral in terms of royalty would depend on the situation, et cetera. Generally, a big mining company, for example, is going to pay less than 1% net smelter return for royalties because it's going to be a big mine. Smaller ones run usually in the 5 to 10% range if you're just leasing a claim. If you're kind of joint venturing it, it can run more than that. And how do you verify or just trust? Simple question on the trust. Absolutely not. Okay. And how do you verify? First of all, you or your representative must be able to observe every operation of the recovery process. You know, how much material is being fed in, how is it being sampled, how is it being recovered, you know, where's the concentrates or the whatever going, et cetera, et cetera. Like in our case, where it's an open pit heap leach mine, the owner's representative was there when they, you know, whenever they opened up the cage where the electrolytic cells and the stripping circuit were, he had the right to be there at any time. And if they won't let you watch, you've got no reason to trust them. So I say either the owner or the owner's representative should have the right to observe any part of the operation at any time, so long as they're not interfering. And verifies, you know, splits, for example, if you're creating a doré bar and then you sample the doré bar before you ship it to a refiner, well, that sample would typically be split into 3 subsamples. One would go to the, it could be 4 even. One will be retained by the operator, one by the owner's representative, and one would go to the refiner, or they'll take their own. They usually just take their own. And then one is kept as a referee sample. In case there's a discrepancy or whatever, you'd send that off to a laboratory to verify what's going on. Good night, Kevin. Thanks for being here. And, you know, you weigh things, you know, together, et cetera, et cetera. I say the main thing is verification. What did Reagan say? Trust but verify. And that's it. The agreement should have all that in writing. That is, again, all parties should be able to verify anything at any time, as long as they're not interfering. It may not be a full-time position, but for example, let's suppose the concentrates report to a caged area. Then you may have 2 locks, and each, you know, the operator has 1 lock, and the owner's representative has a key to the other lock. It could be that you're making concentrates, and then you're going to further concentrate them, and then you're going to smelt them. Well, those secondary steps might occur in an area, again, that's got limited open time. There's cameras that can be used. There's a number of different ways, but something about gold brings out the worst in people in general, and people can get pretty inventive. So I say one of the best ways is simply, whenever it's getting to the point where it's easy to skim some gold off to the side, best to have multiple people with multiple motivations there, so that they're not cooperating to skim some for themselves. And this goes to employees too. I mean, casinos are very good at this sort of thing because they're dealing with a lot of cash and, you know, a lot of employees, and those employees would like to have some of the cash. Some of them are honest enough they are not tempted. Other people are tempted. So the casinos put enough cameras and systems in place that it's almost impossible to get away with it. Therefore, nobody's tempted. But you just need to set up the situation. Again, if you're doing concentration of some sort, let's suppose like on Gold Rush, where they got these big wash plants running and they have big sluices. Well, while it's sluicing, nobody can steal anything. From the time it's cleaned up out of the sluices and processed, that's when gold can be diverted. And that's where you have your high security procedures and cameras or things like that in place. Okay. And just because you have the right to be there doesn't mean you have to be there. You might be watching a camera. It might be recorded. I know a guy who had an ice cream shop on the boardwalk in San Diego, and he had a camera that was a webcam. And he would make it a point whenever he'd hire a new employee, sometime in the first couple of days, he'd like call him up on the phone and say, "Hey, there's a piece of trash over in that corner. Could pick that up? You know, we don't want to have trash on the floor." Just to let people know somebody is watching the camera sometime. You don't know when. And of course, it's all recorded. It doesn't matter if somebody's watching it at the time. If there's a discrepancy or a concern, it can be gone through in detail later. So cameras can be very useful. But also, I say, if you're making concentrates for a week and then you're refining the concentrates for a day, that's the critical point. So, and other times, if you're making concentrates and shipping them to a refiner, no big deal. You know, everyone just takes their samples and voila, it's done. You know, everyone knows what the weight is. Everyone has their own samples. Does that cover it pretty well, sports? And with a decent sized mine, it will be a full-time position, the owner's representative. Is that Tommy?
Yeah, I think it is.
Is he hauling off the trailer? What day is it?
Friday.
Friday? Did they not have Tanker Verde open today?
Tanker Verde would be closed by now.
Yeah, well, he's been here all evening, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. You might want to ask him.
Why don't you? I'm on a live stream. Tommy? Just take a look out back. Is the trailer there? Can you require an independent company to handle?
Cars here.
Of course. That wasn't a car I heard. That was the pickup, it sounded like. You require an independent company to handle everything from concentrates on? Yes, you can. There are refiners and such, and they will have procedures, and you'll need to make sure that you've got your procedures to back up their procedures, so that, you know, again, if you know how much was delivered and you know what was in it, then that kind of minimizes any issues.
Trailer's gone.
Trailer's gone? So he's setting it out, huh? They must not have been running tonight. So yes, I'd say refiners and such like that will generally have these procedures down to a science, and it will be spelled out in any contracts. Often, if you're just selling them concentrates, you'll have a preliminary payment based on assay and weight, and then a final payment based on actual recovery. So you can do it that way.
I guess Tanker Verde was closed tonight.
I'm guessing either that or he forgot. Didn't he say he made a little bit of money yesterday or something? Excuse me, folks. I got to do a little business here. God Damn stupid phone. Tankerverde wasn't open tonight? Okay. Well, yeah, but usually it's New Year's Eve. Well, that's what I'm saying is usually New Year's Day is not a holiday. New Year's Eve usually is. Yeah. Geez, weird. Okay. I was just curious about that. When you took off, I thought, wait a minute, today's Friday. Is that it? This is the delayed opening, huh? We're teasing them. They wait in line, they get hungrier, and therefore they buy more, huh? Wow. That's an amazing strategy. I wish I'd have thought of that. Okay. You take care. Bye. Yeah, I am too, Moto. 9:15. Well, where you're at, it is. Not over here. It's 10:15. I hope we were helpful to everybody. Any last minute questions before we shut this baby down? Happy New Year, Adrian. Thanks again, Chris. Big help as usual. Oh, it's definitely in the agreement spelled out. The main thing you want in if you're if you're selling claims, it might be better to lease them, and that way you get a monthly payment or something like that. I'm headed to Montana here in a few days, which probably is about the same as Alaska, but a shorter distance. And
The same as Alaska. Will you stop being so pessimistic?
I'm not. But yeah, we'll be headed out in a few days and be there around the 10th. Take our time, going to make a couple stops on the way, meet some people and like that. All righty, winging it. Happy New Year, everybody. And yep, we're going to have a nice restful night and then a lot of work tomorrow. So take care. Happy New Year. And we'll do our best, Aries, to keep it as safe as possible. And people mistake my overly planned stuff for being scared. It's not, just I like to cover all the bases. So happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Night, everybody.